Dave, you mind saying prayer? Good morning, everybody. We'll get started with the pledge of allegiance. Pledge of allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking you to watch over this meeting of our county commissioners, be with our employees as they go out, do their jobs this week, and watch over every one of our county. In Jesus' name, amen.
Morning, everybody. I'll make a motion that we approve meeting minutes from last week.
I'll second it.
Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
We've got 2 claims registers there. We did our first payroll with the new system this last week, and we had a few glitches here and there, and we ended up having to cut another check after we processed those. So there's an extra claims register so we could get that other check out. And Janet and I are working this week trying to figure out how to handle some of the things that didn't go through quite right, but we'll get there.
I'll make a motion, we pay these 2 separate claims in the amount, one that's $475,901.96. The other is $794.84.
I'll second. Motion been moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
David, did that, I didn't look those over. Did that include the last payment to,
No, for,
Yeah.
no, I don't think we had that in time to get it in there.
because we have had the application for the very last payment to River City. They're down at the point now where all of the actual work is done, been accounted for, all retainages have been returned or paid out. Now we're just in the warranty phase.
Chris has all the closeout documents and everything. I met with Warren Moody and the concrete guy over some issues with the spalling concrete, things like that. They're getting into draft, talking to the supplier, the concrete supplier, and going over stuff like that. And we should be receiving an email from them.
I just wanted you to know that usually when we have a payment request, we have a separate motion to approve it at some point.
Yeah, and I did not get anything ready on that yet this time.
Anything else right off the bat?
No, I don't.
AMR?
Good morning, Galen Anderson with American Medical Response. The last 7 days, we've done 17 ambulance transports, and we're sitting at 50 for the month, which is a lot busier than we've been trending. So we've been busy, crews have been busy running hard, and then we've just been working on getting positions filled. We have one EMT that's stepping down from a full-time position for just another career move. He's going to spend some time doing wildland firefighting before going to school. So we'll be working on filling that position. Have a number of employees from our neighboring Kansas City operation that we've engaged to cross-train down to this operation to help have a bigger staffing pool to fill some of those positions. So that's what we've been working on, and that's about all we have going on.
I know here a few weeks ago, we talked about the neighboring county trying to go in with it. And with our budget and stuff going around right now, where are you guys, I mean, I know we signed a 5-year deal with you guys, but where are we at on that? I mean, so we can kind of figure in for our budget. Do you guys have a clue?
So we'll do We'll do like just a financial analysis and see how we're doing before we make any different submission. So what time frame would work well for you guys if there is to be any potential changes for the next budget year?
Within the next couple of weeks.
Okay,
Yeah, because I might have to get budgets wrapped up soon.
okay. Sounds good. I'll engage my support departments that'll do some analysis to see where we're sitting at year to date and see if there's anything that we'd like to put in the plan for next year.
Good.
Anything else?
Thank you.
All right. Have a good week.
Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hagwald, Linn County Rural Fire Emergency Management. I sent you the weekly call summary. We had 5 incidents this last week. Brings our total up to 211 calls. Rural Fire Emergency Management will be participating in the Touch a Truck at the Baptist Church Friday night, doing fire safety talks, emergency preparedness information, and we'll also use it kind of a recruiting event too. I'd also like a couple of minutes to talk about our mowing, if you guys don't mind, at our fire stations. We had a little bit of issue with contractors and the mowing. Our Prescott station, I found out about it towards the end of last year. Our mowing contractor was not mowing it. The city was actually mowing it every time, but they were still billing for it. So I kind of watched it this year. Going into this year, our grass got very tall at that station, hadn't been being mowed. The crews down at that station actually went in and mowed it a couple times. Spoke to Jessica about that issue with that contractor. They have started mowing it, but they mowed the wrong fire station a couple times. The issues I have with that is if they mowed the wrong fire station this year, they weren't mowing the one last year. I mean, if they would have mowed it last year, they would have known exactly where that fire station was. This year they mowed the wrong address. I don't believe that we should have paid that bill on that. It just one of those things that's kind of their responsibility. When they put the bids out, they also give an aerial photo of what they should be mowing. And they hadn't been doing it. The city had been mowing it for us. So I just kind of wanted to bring that to you guys' attention, just with the contractor and watching that mowing contractor moving forward and make sure it's getting done.
Was it on the list for all last year?
Yeah, it was on the list. $45 a week we paid, have it mowed, and they never mowed it. The city actually mowed it down there for us. I found that out at the end of the year, which I started after that mowing contract was awarded last year, so I wasn't really aware of it. But moving forward this year is something that I talked to David about even last year, saying, hey, it's not correct, and we wanted to watch it this year. And
So we paid them and the city of Prescott?
we didn't pay the city of Prescott. They just done it on their own.
Oh.
Kept it looking nice. So
How do we need to handle that, Gary?
Well, I suppose that what I would suggest is, Jessica, is you've had contact with them, right?
Yes.
We need to,
It's all straightened out.
going forward, but I think we need to give them notice that first of all, we need to figure out how much we're talking about being refunded for last year's failure and so far this year.
okay.
And we need to figure out what the amount is, and then we say, we're going to reduce your next check by this amount because of these facts. I mean, they acknowledged that they didn't mow it last year?
So, June month.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that's.
When I spoke to the contractor, the business owner told me that he had a previous employee mowing at Prescott last year. He did not tell me whether it was what address they were actually mowing last year. So I can't address that question. The previous employee apparently quit, and whoever is mowing in Prescott right now went to the wrong fire station, which is the old one owned by the city. The city had been mowing our fire station, and they had noticed that someone had mowed the old fire station, and everybody was confused. So we've got it all straightened out now. But I have not addressed last year. I didn't have any proof to present them with, if that makes any sense. So it was going to kind of turn into a,
Yeah. Well, we just need to raise it with them and say, here's what we would like. and see
Okay.
what They say, I think.
okay. Did they not mow at all at Prescott last year?
So, no, the city took care of it. I went down and interviewed the city guys last week and. like,
All year?
Yeah.
Okay.
They said they took care of the fire station all year.
Okay,
Yeah, and then the city shop, which is the old fire station, the west side and north side's never been mowed this year. So, I mean, even if our contractors did mow it on, if they didn't mow it right. So,
okay.
that's,
Where are they at on their sign down there?
I have not heard anything else. I talked to the captain down there because he's also on the city council, and they were waiting on somebody to come in and engineer it. They wanted actual drawings and something other than say, hey, we want to put a sign there. So that's where I heard it was hung up, was either paying for an engineer or getting a design to bring to you guys saying, hey, this is what we want to put in that spot. So that's all I have for now. You guys have any questions?
I don't. Thank you, Randy.
Jessica?
The owner of the mowing company is on vacation this week, so I won't be able to reach out to him, but I'll call him next week, about that. Okay, you had asked, last week for the MIH grant, if we had any communities that, are far enough into the process that we could reach out to about how it's gone for them. So the program completely changed at the end of '22, so we don't have any communities that we can reach out to at this point, that everybody's new who's in it right now. Susan was out this week because it's a federal holiday. She would be available to come next week to talk to you about the grant if you would like her to. She would be the one administering it for us from the Regional Planning Commission. And she would be able to answer questions better than I could about the grant specifics.
You guys good with that?
Good.
I can try and get her on the schedule for next week. I sent you my budget proposal. Had you been able to pull that up?
It was last week, right? That you
Yes.
sent that? Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see.
The industrial park improvements, what we had applied for $1 million grant. Is that correct?
Yes. Didn't get it.
Right. What, I mean, the 10,000.
So the $1 million is basically building out the infrastructure. It's making it shovel ready. So that was what that grant was for. I would like to put some money back, or if you would like to just work on it next year, if you want to budget some for that, we can, increase that amount if you want to. We need to get some kind of infrastructure out there. Even if it's just engineered plans for it, that would help me be able to market it.
just printed a listing of what we paid the mowing people last year.
Okay.
Fire fund.
Okay,
Just have to look and see which ones were Prescott.
Okay. Thank you. thank you.
So how much do you have set back in that?
David, can you look that up
Right.
for how much we've put back for economic development?
Like an equipment reserve.
Yep.
Yes. Sir. We have 55,000 in there at the moment.
Okay.
So what do we need to be able to bring businesses in?
So we need somewhere for them to go, obviously. We would need to be able to show that we have an adequate workforce. And in order to have an adequate workforce, we have to have adequate housing. It's really kind of a circle, and you just have to jump in somewhere and decide where you're going to start. Which is why we originally went for the Rural Champions grant for Darcy's position, is because that housing was where we were going to work on. We're not going to be able to attract a large employer if we don't have workforce, if we don't have anywhere for their workforce to live.
So we've got a couple of issues there. So we've got the housing issue,
Mm-hmm.
the workforce issue. I guess I don't know, I look at it being somewhat taken care of by the STARS program.
That's definitely a step in the right direction, yes.
And then we've got the industrial park site where we've purchased land, but we haven't developed it at all.
Right. Right.
Okay. So it's those three things.
So what would the cost be for an engineering design for infrastructure?
I can reach out to Peppercorn for an estimate. I don't have that number.
I mean, that would be something that would be.
It would be
set forward.
yes, it would. So Peppercorn actually helped me come up with that $1 million for the grant, but we didn't specifically break that design out.
Do we do anything but just market bare land, I mean, to industrial?
So what happens is companies that are in the market for land to move or to add on to their business, they'll reach out to the State Department of Commerce. And they don't reach out to just Kansas. They'll have several sites in mind. They hire site selectors who do this for a living. They look for potential sites for companies to build on. Those site selectors reach out to the state with their requirements, and the state sends them out to local entities. The ones that I get, we don't have any way to answer because we don't have, they're looking for sites that are ready for them to come in and build.
So it's utilities that we don't have in.
Utilities that we don't have, infrastructure that we don't have in place. Some of them are specifically looking for buildings. Some of them specifically look for land to build.
Utilities all need to be there, basically.
They need to be on site, yes. I don't necessarily think that we need to, I almost don't think that we need to break it up and plat it and have utilities going to lots in the industrial park, but I think if we can get utilities to the site, then we can tailor it to, different companies as they send out their RFPs.
And do we have them across the road, or is it?
I can bring in a map next week. There are utilities across the road. I don't know exactly where.
So that, I mean, that right there is stopping us from any development. You don't think that's
So
just getting, I mean, if we get somebody on board, in a month, we can have all that, I mean, kind of like we did out there. It's,
site selectors look for reasons to knock you out of the pile.
You can't get your utilities in.
If we don't,
I'm just saying, like, if that's what's holding us back, then, I mean, we got phase 3 right across from that land out there in Pleasanton. I mean, we didn't, I mean, we ran right through the woods right there. I mean, that's not close enough. I mean,
so if they're looking for reasons to knock us off the pile, we haven't done enough work, haven't invested enough in that property for them to make it, to think it's worth their while. We haven't done an environmental study out there. That's part of it. There are grant programs with the state that will help you fund that. I would like to make it so that it's part of the Certified Sites program through the state, which is infrastructure, environmental studies, basically making it shovel-ready for the business to come in. We're guaranteeing that property is ready.
and what will it take to do that?
That's what the base grant was for. The $1 million, yeah, was to make it a certified site. We can do it in chunks if we want to spread it out over 3 or 4 years. We don't have to do it all at once. But I mean, we're going to have to invest money in that industrial park to make it worth anyone's time to even look at. It's a really good asset out there, but we can't market it the way it is.
So are you just looking for grants now? Are you budgeting for it? Or is there not-
Well, I've been setting back anything that I have extra at the end of the year. I've been setting back into equipment reserve specifically for industrial park improvements. This is the first time I've had it on as a line item on the budget. And we can change that if you want to. However you want to do it is fine. I do look for grants. The base grant would have, if we'd have been awarded that would have been great. There's also one that I've heard of from the Economic Development Alliance. That's a nationwide entity that we are part of through the Regional Planning Commission. The Regional Planning Commission is reaching out to them, supposed to be, to get some details on that and if they would be interested in investing in that property. So there's funding available that we're looking for, but we're going to have to put some skin in the game as well.
So she's got 55,000 back in equipment reserve that we could use. That's what she's been able to save up. And as far as our site is somewhat attractive, is it not, based off the fact that
Yes,
we've got a lot
we're
of
less
acres?
than, it's large. It's roughly 300 acres. We're less than a mile from an exit off of 69. If we can make that airport work, we would be able to, executives would be able to fly in and out of there really easily. It's paved all the way from the airport to the industrial park. I mean, it's a really good location.
I guess we need to figure out what it takes to get utilities there, don't we? Cost wise.
Will that get us started and get us on the list?
Hmm?
If we figure out, what this, utilities and stuff like that's going to cost to get there, is that one step closer to getting on the list of?
Yeah,
Right.
it's a step, yes, in the right direction. And I can reach out to Peppercorn this week, see what they think as far as getting an estimate, how long it'll take them to put one together.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions about my budget proposal?
I don't.
I don't either.
Danny, did you have anything?
No, I mean, I would, like I said, I would like to see more literature in it, but just kind of explaining like, where all the contractual money's going, exactly, commodities, kind of what you're planning for.
So do you have specific questions?
I mean, not really. I just, like I said, I'd just like to see everybody explain, under each item, why that money's racking up to, on your incentives, the 26,000, like, you just explain,
No, that's the old one.
oh, am I on the old one?
The incentives is 14,000. 12,000 of that goes to the summer youth employment grant, 1,000 to the community development grant, and the other 1,000 to the child care grant that we established this year.
And that's the things that I want to see, because I mean, it's not just for us to, I'm trying to utilize the camera to let everybody know what their tax dollars being spent on. That's, when we get up here, that's what I'd like people to
Do
explain.
you want me to read it?
I mean, if you would, please.
Okay. So the salary is not changing from last year. The contractual, I have $13,200 under contractual. I've got $4,000 for our Regional Planning Commission membership, $1,500 for RAWS, that's the Rural Opportunity Zone program through the state. We committed to $1,500 for a county employee for this year. The utilities and licenses, I have roughly $5,000 based on what we've done in the past. That's software licenses, and utilities that get charged to my budget. Blue Dot is new. That is a portal. It's online to help manage my business contacts. I believe that this will really help me get into the community more. I think it will, it will also help give me access to companies that I don't have knowledge of. They use state resources, pull that out of state websites, the Secretary of State, and give me access to that and contact information for those business owners. The incentive is 14,000. I just went over that. Commodities is food, mileage, office supplies, ads, travel. I've got that for $5,000. And then capital outlay, I have industrial park improvements listed for 10,000, and then I've got miscellaneous for 3,000. That would be office equipment, computer if I need it, things like that.
On your RAWS.
So my total there is $109,200. Yes, Danny?
Am I on the wrong one?
It's just, it was,
On your RAWS, that's where if somebody leaves the county, they can come back.
So that one is designed to try to increase the population and the workforce in the state. We opt into that every year. We sign a resolution, and I believe they have to be out of state for 5 years and move into Kansas, and or if they're completely new to Kansas, they move in. There's two different prongs of that program. There's a student loan forgiveness, which is what this 1,500 goes to, and then there's also a state income tax reimbursement that the employee can register for on their own. We have to, the county has to opt in for any employer in the county to be a part of that program. We've got a couple different employers, school districts who utilize that. We have opted in at 0 in the past. And then last year we had a county employee come to us that they were eligible and wanted us to sponsor him. And so that's why we've got 1,500 in there this year.
And that or that regional planning membership, that 4,000, that's just for the membership. That doesn't cover any grant writing, right?
Well, under normal circumstances, that covers grant writing. The MIH grant is more complicated than normal grants that they apply for us for, so we would be charged an application fee. Under normal circumstances, we would not be charged an application fee because we're a member.
Oh, so that 4,000 typically takes care of it.
Yes, it does. And that also, by us being a member, that allows all of our cities to be members at $50. so that they can utilize those services as well.
Do they utilize it?
Yes.
So like did they help with Pleasanton's community center?
I don't know if they did that one. I know the sidewalk project in Lacey that they did a few years ago, regional planning helped with that one. And they don't get charged an application fee. They pay their $50 annual membership and then they get help with their grants. So. Anything else?
Any big plans coming up you see next year? I mean, big ideas or anything like that you see happening?
I mean, just if we can work on that industrial park, that is really going to help move us in the right direction.
You have 10,000 for the industrial park and it asked if we're good, it says are we good with that? Are you guys good with that?
If you would like, I can see what kind of numbers Peppercorn comes back with, and then we can alter that number if you want to, based on that estimate.
What do you think?
Do we have time to do anything? Time to get the estimates back?
Depends on how long it's gonna take.
I'll make sure that he knows we're under a deadline and see what he thinks.
Okay,
Okay?
let's look at that.
I have drafted an RFP for an FBO at the airport. I've sent it to Gary. Gary okayed it. I have reached out to KDOT. They gave me contact information for someone in Topeka who deals with these regularly. I'm going to send that to him this week and then hopefully be able to give it to you next week to look at. And then the last thing on my list is the high-risk rural roads grant. We discussed this a couple of weeks ago. I had reached out to the director of the program to answer some questions. So this was the one for 1095, and I misspoke when we discussed it last time. It's 1095 from 1650 to 152. I said 7, I meant 152. So it's that stretch of 1095 that we would be working on. We had discussed, I've talked about it with Todd. Todd's good changing his schedule a little bit so that if we accept these funds, we would overlay that section of 1095 next year. That way we would be working with new pavement for the grant projects the following fiscal year. He would just have to so his original plan was to do the other half of Wall Street next year. He would push that back a year and do 1095 in 2024. For this one, our portion would be $102,000. We are not able to use ARPA dollars for this because the high-risk rural roads funding originally came from the federal government. You can't use federal dollars to match federal dollars. So we would have to come up with $102,000 to match the grant. And Sean has told me that we have money in special road or capital outlay for roads that we can use for that.
And this is gonna be for guardrails and
So yes, so it'll be for guardrails, new striping. If we have rumble strips, maybe down the center of the road, clearing trees and brush around the curves so that they're more visible, ditching, signage.
And how much was the grant? 200?
351,000.
Where did this project, before we started applying for this stuff, where did this fall on his list of priorities on Todd's to get done?
I don't know. I asked him, he said he hadn't really planned that far ahead. So we would just be pushing that second half of Wall Street back a year. And he was good with that. And it's the same number of miles. This is 5.6 miles, and it would be the same as what we were planning on doing next year for Wall Street. That's about the amount that we have been paving every year.
and this will help with the paving too, or just so?
It does not help with the paving. But I would like to go ahead and pave it. That way we're not spending this money to put the new paint and the rumble strips and everything, and then in a couple years have to go pave the road over
Where's
it.
it at in a rotation as far as the pavement, I guess, so.
Yeah, that's what I was
thinking.
That's what he hadn't gotten to that yet in the rotation. So we're moving it up a couple of years, but
So to do that area, does he know how much it's gonna cost to pave that road?
we've been doing about 600 to 700,000 for paving a year, and he's expecting it to not be over that. I mean, it'll be right in with what we've been budgeting for paving for the asphalt.
Todd didn't have it in our rotation.
Right. He hadn't gone that far ahead. Yes.
So we have other roads that are more important, I mean, in his eyes, probably.
No, he decided that he was planning on doing the second half of Wall Street next year because we're doing part of Wall Street this year. He was going to do the rest of it next year. That's as far as he told me that he had planned out. So we're not really altering a whole lot. We're just moving that other part of Wall Street out a year.
So his 600,000 for his, does he ever include his paint and strip and stuff in that budget of 600,000 for paving? Or is that always separate?
It's a separate project because it's two different companies. But it's in there. The striping for this year, the estimate, it's under $10,000. I mean,
So the road that we're talking about, are we in compliance with the state of Kansas, or is it something that we applied for a grant and now we brought it to attention, now we have to fix it, or is it something that?
okay, so the state of Kansas every couple of years does a local road safety plan for each county. 1095, this section of 1095 rose to the top in their plan. I've got that book this thick on my desk about everything that went into that, the meetings that they had, the discussions, the roads they looked at, the risk factors that they looked at. So the state has indicated that this road would need this grant funding.
And then we applied for the grant.
After we received that report, yes. We went through the report, looked at which roads had the highest risk factors that qualified for the grant, and this one was it.
And was awarded the
Yes.
351,000.
They awarded 19 grants across the 105 counties. This was one of them. I have the paperwork ready to sign today. If you are ready to sign it today, we can wait until next week. We have to let them know the deadline is July 1st. So if you want to think it over, talk about it again next week, we can sign it next week if that's what you prefer.
I would like to hear from Todd just to kind of see where everything falls in his rotation. It just doesn't, I don't know.
I'd like to know when we asphalted it the last time, I guess, is, as far as the road.
I'm sorry to interject. I just wanted to throw in the public safety side of this. I think in Jessica's explanation of the reasoning, one large reason for this, and I was speaking with Sean about it too, our public works director, it's not that the road's in that bad a condition, it's that there's a lot of public safety risk there. When it comes to crash investigation, we have a very high intensity of crashes on that area of roadway. And a lot of that, we believe, would be due to not necessarily the condition of the road itself, but it would be everything surrounding the road. It would be guardrail issues, signage issues, clearance for visual path and stuff throughout some of the curves and things like that up there. And I'm sorry to interject. I just wanted you to have an understanding of the public safety side of the roadway. We have roadways in Linn County, such as North 1077. We had a terribly high crash rate up there, and it was because of speed and some things like that. So we made some improvement projects in the way we patrol that area. 1095 wasn't necessarily a speed issue, but it was a lot of the road factor issues. And when I say that, I mean things surrounding. It might be ditching, deeper or steeper drop-offs on the side, visual impairments such as tree growth and stuff that, quite frankly, it may not even be growing into right-of-ways. It may even be outside of right-of-ways, but there were still issues there. So signage and things to keep people on the roadway. We just had a crash up there here recently where a vehicle got down and into the trees. And that would probably be one of those, and that was a couple weeks ago. That'd probably be one of those areas that would be addressed because we've had other issues there. And I'm sorry, I'm not here to alter what you do. I just want you to understand that public safety side of it too, because that's really why the grant was donated, if you will. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sure. They do look very heavily at crash data as part of the local road safety plan as they're building their report.
It's not, I understand what you're saying, but what I'd like to know, why do we hurry it up to on the asphalting again? Just because
So-
we're putting the thing that the guardrails in, I mean, we'll have to go back and asphalt it again, so.
Well, I understand
Step in
that.
the-
So my thought to step that up was because it's not, so reflective paint and rumble strips are part of this project. My thinking was that I wouldn't want to pay in fiscal year 25 to do that to the roadway itself, and then in 2 years come back and pave over it. That's why I thought we move it up. If you don't agree with that, that's okay.
Our rotation is on the road where we're at on it.
Right, I understand.
Did we do it 2 years ago or?
Okay,
That's my question.
right. We can find that out. I don't have that information. I can try to have Todd come in next week and see if he can answer those questions for you.
I just think if we're hurrying it up to, and get 3 or 4 more years besides doing it now, it'd be better to wait and go ahead and put the signage up.
And this project is in federal fiscal year 25. So it will go out for let in October of 24.
So it'll be all outside sources doing all the work beside, unless we do the pavement, right?
Yes. Well, and so the way we've been doing the paving for this amount of roadways, we've been going out for bid. This year, I think,
Oh, yeah, that's true.
yeah,
Kilo.
Kilo, yes. So it would be something similar to that. I don't think we have the equipment to pave 1095 the way it needs to be.
Would we do the clearing and stuff that way, or would that be something else we would bid out?
That's probably going to depend on how the engineering report comes back.
Okay. So we'll get this taken care of next week.
Yeah.
We can do that.
get Todd in here just to
Yes.
give us kind of a.
Yep. I can have him come in too. That's all on my list for today. Do you have anything for me? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like we're running a little behind. Or Kevin, are you in a hurry? Amanda, you want to go ahead and come on up?
Good morning. Amanda Snyder, Linn County Health Department. I have a few things for you today. Just a reminder that our baby shower and kids fair is this Friday from 5 to 7. Jason and I will have a smoker grill ready for you.
Perfect.
If you want to come maybe around 3:30.
Okay.
What we did last year is we cooked everything and then wrapped them in the foil bags and put them in a cooler so they were easy to hand out.
Okay.
So that's at the First Baptist Church on 52 Highway.
Got it.
So we're busy this week getting ready for that. Second thing I have for you.
She told me she wanted me there.
When I was here a couple weeks ago, we talked about moving on with the classroom and our back storage area. And I kind of drew up a rough draft of what we would like to see it look like. And I think David sent that out to you guys, maybe on your SharePoint.
Yes.
I don't know if you had any suggestions, comments. Like I said, it's a very rough draft, but I think we needed a place to start before we could even go out for bids. So what I kind of drew up here was removing the north wall in our kitchenette area and opening that up to this classroom and kind of extending our kitchen so we could do some nutrition ed classes where we're actually cooking or preparing foods. And we have plumbing right on the other side of that north wall, so we kind of need to do something with that. So instead of adding an additional bathroom, that was an option that we thought might work.
Because you've got bathrooms just right.
Right,
Side.
just right on the other side of that kitchenette. We have two bathrooms, right, side by side. So we thought a fifth bathroom in the building might be overkill. So that was just an option. This classroom area is approximately 1,350 square feet. That still leaves us room for all of our storage shelves and room to pull our trailer in to load and unload that as well.
How many classes will we have in this year? How will we do it?
I'm sorry, please.
How often will we use this room? I guess?
I would say several times a month. There's a lot of things that we would like to do, but we just don't have a good space for it, or we end up having to go to Lacine or Blue Mound or over here to be able to do those. Just this last week, we had, we promoted Men's Health Week. And it's nice to come over here, but it would be nice to invite people into our space as well. I feel like the more that people are in our building, the more comfortable they are with what we offer. And maybe even unaware of what we offer, and getting them in our building seems to help with that awareness. Right now in this area, everything, all the floors are concrete. I would probably leave them that way, just so we don't have another expense or carpet that we would have to replace. So that would stay the same. Really, it's just putting up some walls. They would have to reroute some of our HVAC. All that we have back there right now are just some gas heaters that kick on when it gets to, a certain temperature. We do have electric back there. They would need to run, some overhead lights and outlets in that area, and then sheetrock, but not an extensive amount of construction that would need to be done. The biggest thing would probably be taking out that wall and adding that kitchen sink area.
We're going to use the COVID grant funds on this.
Correct. Yes. And I did what's called a budget maintenance request for that within that grant, and it's all been approved. So the money's been allocated.
Okay.
We just need to get bids
Finalize
and
plans and get moving.
yep.
I have no problem with you going out.
And your driveway and stuff that way, that's been completed?
That's completed. We're waiting on a couple signs, and I talked to Kevin. He's going to get us some signs just so people understand that that's kind of a one-way.
Oh, it's routing.
Yep. But yep, it's complete. They also, in doing that, fixed a couple water drainage issues that we had. We actually had water running back underneath our building. It had kind of washed out some concrete, so they fixed that for us as well.
You guys got any issues with her moving forward and trying to get into the numbers?
I'm good with it.
To do that, do I just need to put something in the paper? Is that something that Public Works does? Is that something that Randy Page does? What's the process for that?
I think Public Works got enough on his hands.
That's fine. I just wanted to know if there was a
I
process.
mean, I'm not speaking for him. I mean, he can, I mean, if you want to take it on.
What are we needing, or something?
Just an invitation for bids, I think.
Yeah. That'd be great. Okay. The next thing I have is our budget. So you should have a copy of all of that as well. I met with David a couple weeks ago and we worked on this. It is a little confusing. Our grant years run July through June. So that grant year compared to our fiscal year here, it's just kind of funky. I have to kind of figure out what we're going to do the rest of this year and then what we have coming in next year. At the end of next year, or I guess next June, the majority or all of our COVID grants will be gone. So budget year 24 is still pretty high because we are accounting for spending that grant money. But after that, I don't foresee our budget being this high moving forward. And really those expenditures of grant money would be the classroom, the drive-through that we did, just things that we're doing to improve our building.
Now, this 450,000 cash forward, what is it? Is that,
That is a number I put in there last year to create a levy for this fund.
okay.
So there was no real intention on probably spending that unless we had to. But I won't know on this year's until I actually put everything in the state budget form, how we're gonna come out on all that, so.
Okay.
So there should be tabs on the bottom of my workbook that break out what I'm counting as far as utilities, commodities, and then our contractual items. So those should all be broken out for you as to what I've estimated for each category.
So the 20,000 for capital outlay,
Yes, so as far as capital outlay, we have and correct me if I'm wrong, David, we have a capital outlay fund that's separate, and then we have a capital outlay line
Right.
within the health department. So between the two, we have 60,000. And I was wanting to use some of that to purchase a vehicle for the health department. I think we had estimated maybe around 45?
Yeah, probably somewhere in that range. I mean, it depends on what kind of vehicle we end up with and.
And I really have not looked at prices. We just need something to be able to pull our trailer, whether that's a larger SUV or a half-ton truck. I would probably go with whichever was a better deal or cheaper, but something that we would be able to pull our emergency trailers should we need to.
How many miles a year do we pull it?
I would like to do more with it. Right now, we don't do a whole lot. But one of the things that I'm wanting to start offering are the breastfeeding and then changing stations at different community events. So like arts and crafts, the fair. And last year we had to have Randy haul our big partitions for us. But it would be nice when we do flu clinics too, to be able to utilize those things. We don't now because it's just a really big hassle to get that stuff out. I would say probably at least once a month moving forward. But we do a lot of other outreach things where it would be nice to have a vehicle. We're going to start doing WIC clinics in Blue Mound and Lacine. So with that, we have to haul our scales and our height measurement tool. And then just meetings that we travel to just to keep. Right now, we pay mileage.
They go to anything, we're paying mileage because they're driving their own vehicles, which then we wouldn't have to pay mileage.
Mhm.
with the vehicle.
And we do try to ride together when we have these meetings, but sometimes it's just not feasible with our family schedules. So then we're paying mileage for two people to drive.
On your health income tab, the grants that you have there,
Mhm.
what what's our total of our grants?
For 24 or for,
Yeah, that we're looking at for 24 versus 23. Is it 279? Or is that's for 23 and 208, 208,000?
yes, but that 208 includes 4,500 worth of fees for services.
Okay.
So those would be things that we'd bill for. Another thing that I want to work towards this next year is billing and coding. Adding that is something that we do to where we could actually bill insurance for a lot of our services. We bill Medicaid now, but to be able to bill private insurance, that would give us another source of income.
Okay. So out of $450,000 worth of budget, we're proposing that we're going to get 208,000 minus the 4,500
Yes.
grants to cover that.
Yes, that includes WIC as well, which really isn't a grant. That's more of a state program, but WIC pays a lot of our salary and benefits.
Okay.
I'm, like I said, I keep saying to everybody, I know this is your new department. I want to see more literature. I mean, RV tax, I don't know what that even means to me or the health department.
That's not going to be
IAP.
anything they would have. That's me.
I mean, that's the stuff that I want to know. I mean, I see numbers, but how am I supposed to approve something if I don't even know what it, I mean, I'd like to see what, like the PHEP, what the benefit of that is, having it through the county. I know that you're new to all this and we're in a time crunch, but that's the type of things that I want to see during, not just come in and give me 4 line items and say, here it is. Cause I mean, I can't.
I can do that. It's going to be an all-day thing, or I can write up a narrative for you. So the things that are listed there are our grants, which we have pretty much every year except for the COVID ones. FEP is Public Health Emergency Preparedness. That's a grant that we get each year that helps, that grant helps pay for basically our preparedness plan. What do we do when COVID hits again? What do we do if a tornado comes through and 150 people need TB shots or tetanus shots? Sorry. WIC is our women and children, infant and children program that pays for our salaries and our benefits. That pays for when they have to come in for an appointment and we need to check their blood lead. It pays for the supplies to prick their finger and check their iron. IEP is an immunization plan, so that helps us when we're doing flu shots, when we are giving tetanus shots, when you're having a new baby and you need a Tdap vaccine. The majority of these grants, I would say 50 to 75% of the funds go back towards salary and benefits.
And that's the stuff that I want to know, because I'm getting questions, like last week I got a question or text about why we were allocating more money towards the classroom. I'm like, no, that's we did a workshop way long time ago before she even took over.
Mhm.
I just think that if people come in and tell us all these details on their budget, that it's going to help everybody involved.
And that's, what I was trying to do as far as breaking out, instead of just saying my commodities are going to be 75,000, there's a,
Broke down with.
I mean, I can go further. It's just, I don't,
We don't have, if you get on the website or on, if you Google Miami County budget, you can get on there and you can see every little item that they have that has been approved. Here in Linn County, we don't have anything like that. And that's why I want to try to utilize the camera to help all of us involved. It's not that I'm trying to pick on anybody and say, hey, make your life harder. Kevin does a good job. I'm going to just say he does. I mean, he's got some really good literature here. I mean, that's he gets all this literature to us right here before he even gets started talking about numbers, and that's what I would like to see.
And I can work towards that. I've been here 3 months in this
I know-
position.
I know you have.
I mean, if you want me to keep track of every ream of paper I order and know next year that I need to order 20, then I will do that for you. I like numbers. I'm more than happy to do that for you. I just need some time to be in the position and know what we're ordering and what we're using and what we can scratch or what we need to allocate more money towards.
On commodities, you've got the $40,000 in for the digital sign.
I did allocate that within our grant. If we don't decide to do it, then that would go away. But as far as the grant was concerned, I needed to allocate something. If we think of something different that you would prefer to do, or again, if we would just like to kind of see where we end up with salaries and benefits and return the rest, I would hate to do that, but that is an option.
I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Jim, do you have anything?
I don't have any.
Danny? Do you want me to come back next week and give you some more detail?
No, I mean.
Or even email you some more
Yeah,
information?
email it to me, and it's, yeah, if you could email it, that'd be great.
Okay. Yep, I'll put together just some information on what grants we have, what they cover, how we spend them, just to give you a bigger, better picture. So I don't have anything else unless you guys do.
Thank you, Amanda.
Yep, thank you. We'll see you Friday.
Yep.
Kevin, you want to go ahead and come on up?
For Public Works, if they have something, I might take a little bit.
Okay.
They may or may not hear me.
Sean, are you? Sorry, I'm talking.
I do have that real estate bid opening listed on there, and we have one bid. If you want to get into that or go on, I don't care, but.
10:05. Let's go ahead and do that, and we'll get you up here, Sean.
Okay, so we ran the resolution, it was 3 consecutive weeks it was required, asking for bids. Then I ran an ad in the paper for a couple of weeks, telling people we were taking bids. This one came in this morning, Sean, was that? Friday, okay. Now, it did say in the resolution they should come in to me, and I think it was delivered to Sean, but it is sealed bid. Obviously, I have no idea what's in there. We also have it listed in the resolution. We have the right to reject any or all bids.
And what we'll do, if you decide to accept this bid, it won't actually be final until, when was the first day we published? Was that the 10th of May, David?
I'll have to go back and look.
I believe it was the 10th of May. If that's the case, we can't close until the 24th of June. Because it's got to be 45 days from the day of the first publication to the day of closing, so that we can allow for a possible protest petition, which I don't think you've seen one, probably would have by now. I'll read the bid.
Faithful Steward Properties agrees to pay $65 for the former senior center property in Pleasant, Kansas.
How much?
$65. Do we need a motion?
I think if you're going to reject the bid, that's an action, so yeah, you need.
I'd make a motion that we reject Faithful Stewards Properties bid for the senior center in Pleasanton, and we move on to next step. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
Motion moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You wanna give me that bid to keep and I'll scan it in.
So our next step would be, should we list it with a real estate company? and get it on the-
Now that we've gone through this process, we can do it by private sale. If somebody comes and says, hey, I'll give you this much for it, and you think it's a reasonable price, we can sell it. So you could list it with the realtor. You can just, you can advertise it again. You can go out and stand out front and you can have an auction.
All right, what do you guys think? I'd personally like to try to go with a real estate company and get it on the, whatever they're.
MLS.
MLS.
Fine with that.
If you're going to list it with a real estate company, you probably should have a motion to do so, since you're basically entering into a contract when you do that, so.
So who are we going with? How are we determining that?
Should we do it by lowest commission, or, I mean, how do you, I mean,
I mean, that's a reasonable way to do it, I think, whoever would offer the lowest commission.
so should we, what we got, how many real estate companies we got here?
So we put it out to them for bid off of commission? Who wants to list it? Is that how that would work, or?
I suppose you could do that, yeah. I just invite proposals to list it in the terms under which they would list it and see who, you know, they might not want it, I don't know.
So we'll just reach out to agencies and figure out which one.
You saying we need a motion?
I think what you want to do is put an ad in the paper inviting agencies that are interested in representing the county to list that property to give us this information, X, Y, and Z. You know, and we'll have to figure out what that information is, but it would be basically the commission that they would charge on such a thing. That might be the only thing we need to know. I don't know.
Okay.
And give them a time when we want that information back. So, you know, say in a couple weeks or something. And then if you want to, when you've advertised it that way, realtors who you might not have thought to contact, because there are companies that do business in Linn County who aren't based here. And so you might not have thought to contact them. If you still want to reach out to the local realtors and contact them, that's fine. But if we've advertised it, then everybody has a shot at it. So,
I think advertising would be the fairest way.
yep.
I'd make a what, go ahead.
I'm gonna say, I'll work with Jessica and we'll draft a very simple ad.
So for a motion, just to move to advertise for real estate companies for proposals to list the property for sale? Is that what we're
Yeah,
looking for?
I think that's what you're doing right now.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, Sean, now we're ready for you. We're kind of already running behind. If we can get it next week, if you guys are good with that.
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. Apologize, I have a few things that I wasn't able to get out to you fast enough this week that came in the backside of the week. Your cost summary by task. Also have a spreadsheet for Radcliffe Road, which is the levee project south of the industrial park in Lacine has been finished up, and that is a cost summary for that project and the totals on that roadway.
This one is,
Yes, that's correct. That bottom line number, 247, 712, 44 is the total cost.
Do you remember what Mike's estimate was when we started this?
I do not remember, but the original estimate would not have included the changes in the road elevation, riprap, or hard surfacing. While you're looking at those, I believe David sent you out the information for the road foreman interviews this afternoon, along with any resumes, applications, and a schedule for that. If you didn't receive it, let me know and I'll get that out to you. We also had some issues on the prep work on Wall Street that I've been working with Gary and Jim on to try to resolve some of those issues for the landowners. And when you're ready, I've got a blade and some noxious weed and park stuff to go over.
Sorry, John. Still far behind you, just looking over this summary, cost summary. On the marina store operations, is that include pay and everything like that?
I'm sorry, on what line?
Marina store operations? His activities 27 hours, 207.
I would have to find that out. I would have to believe that's payroll or
Benefits, stuff like that.
benefits and things of that nature, not commodities for the operation. I believe commodities are broken out differently.
Marina store operations, that's just marina parts.
In the store, okay. Any more questions on the task summary? Jim, you got anything?
You don't either.
What was your next? Sorry,
The next was the finals on Radcliffe Road. And those are the costs on that project. That project was not paid out of our regular budget. That was the special roads budget, so it did not impair any of the asphalt or other roadway projects that we've had laid on for this year. So although the cost was probably unexpected for that item, it did not affect any of the projects we've got laid on or the budgets that affect those projects.
Is the asphalt already done?
Yes.
It is done?
The only thing I believe we're waiting on is the striping, and that won't be done until we get Wall Street finished and it's striped at the same time.
Oh, you're on a different project, sorry. This is for which one, Radcliffe?
Yes, that is the levee project south of the industrial park in Lacey. Where we moved the roadway to get it away from a levee project that was going on near the river.
And we're striping it and stuff, you said?
Because it's new asphalt, it is something that initially we're going to have to do to mark the roadway because it will not allow for safety and visibility with that dark surface and the rainwater if we don't do it. So initially, yes, we will, but it won't be something we'll continue in the future.
On my computer.
You don't have any questions on that? The next item I have for you is we've got several blades that are being worked on or down right now. South Shop has one that we've sent down south to be repaired or worked on, and it is a warranty item. It's not going to be at cost to us. The only cost is transportation. But with the blades that we're seeing go down in the air systems and the issues we've had, the North Shop mechanic and the foreman have brought to me a quote for repairs on the Parker blade. The issue with the Parker blade is we've tried to do several repairs and minimize what they're finding when they service the equipment. They're finding metal shavings in the pump system. We can mitigate that, and we've done it in the past, replacing filters and other items.
Problem is, we're never getting to the source of the problem. And the problem is only going to get worse if we don't remedy the problem, and then we're risking a very large, expensive piece of equipment. We're asking that you let us send it out to Murphy Tractor and let them repair the items on this quote for a couple of reasons. One, we want to get to the source of the problem before it causes us long-term and very expensive repairs. And also, once it's taken to the shop and those repairs are done there, then those repairs and parts are warranted. We're at the point where we believe it's worth that to guarantee that we're not going to do any more damage and to guarantee that we're not going to keep throwing money at a problem and repetitively never fix the issue. The quote for that blade is $13,676.36.
Is that a blade that's on either the buyback program or the program that we just spent a couple thousand on repair or maintenance?
This is not the ones that are covered under the maintenance program where we can make the phone call, we can text. This is a John Deere blade. And as far as whether or not it's on one of the three that were on the buyback program, I can't answer that at this point. I'd have to look up the numbers on it.
But did somebody come out to tell us what's wrong with it, I guess? We already know, or?
Daniel's been working with Murphy Tractor on the equipment and coming up with a quote with the issues that it's had and the repairs that they've done and the parts that he believes we can repair this in the shop. The problem is we're not going to get to the source of the problem, and the source of the problem, if it's not resolved or the parts aren't put in, may not be covered, and we may do more critical damage to the machinery. And Joyce's check for us, that was not part of the buyback program and is not on the service agreement that you just got because it's a Deere. It's not covered under the call-in and maintenance agreement that we just had.
Is any of this, I mean, like the fan pump replacement, the fan motor replace, and the hydraulic filters and whatnot, is that something we can do to save money off this, or is that something that we typically do in-house? I mean, I understand that replacing the main hydraulic pump will probably be pretty difficult, which is the biggest ticket item on here. But any of the other stuff can we do in-house that we typically do?
We could do some of these items in-house, but Daniel's asked that we send it to the shop so that the service and the diagnostic of the main issue that's causing these problems while they're replacing and repairing this are covered by warranty. The issue is if we do half the work, my understanding is it may not be covered by the warranty, and if there is a major malfunction after this, then it would be on us and the cost would be on us as well.
How much more life's in that grader do you have? I mean, do you guys have it on the list of being replaced anytime soon, or?
No, it's not on the list to be replaced anytime soon. As a matter of fact, in the coming weeks, I'll be working with the foremans and the mechanics to rework that list for the coming years as well for some equipment that is starting to fall on its nose before we get to the other equipment. So I don't expect it to change the overall scope of the list, just the priorities. And that's something that I think as we go each year and meet with them, as we plan the next year, that we're going to have to look at those priorities because obviously some equipment fails sooner than we expect it to by its mileage and service life.
What do you guys think?
You gotta get it fixed.
So I think too.
So we need a motion to go out for repairs for, I mean, 13,676.36 is the total?
That's the quote. There may be, as when you break down anything, I would have to bring it back to you, but I'm sure when they break it down, if they find other items, that quote covers only what's on it. So if you allow that quote, and then I can bring any other changes or items that might be over my spending limits to make those decisions.
I'll make a motion that we go with this estimate. Should we do up to 14,000?
I'd hit 14 or 15 or something, give him some leeway.
The bid's 13,676.36, so you guys wanna do 15, so we don't have to keep messing around with it? You good with that? I'll make a motion that we go out to Murphy to get the Parker grader fixed for a total to spend up to $15,000.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Next thing I have for you is the noxious weed update. Johnny's saying the weather's been good. They're spraying broadleaf, thistle, teasel, cerisa. Would estimate that they're clearing 2/3 of all the paved roads west of 1095 at this point. They've completed service requests for bare ground spraying at several county properties, including all the fire stations, road shops, AMR buildings, and senior centers. Also following road crews after mowing and boom mowing to get some bridges and culverts. This week they were at the park doing some bare ground spraying around the marina, offices, boat ramps, lakeside to help out with the fishing and the access. And cost shares have been steadily coming in. They'll be putting the second order, as we told you, because of cost, prices going down. We didn't buy everything at one time. He's putting together a second herbicide noxious weed purchase that he'll bring to you in the coming week or two. Also with that, I have an update on the cost shares, and those jumped up dramatically from the last report I gave you. So far this year, we spent $21,057.68, which is about 2/3 of our cost share program budget. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, making sure that we make that marker or that limit as we go forward.
So once we hit that, we're done.
That's correct. We have so much allowed for that line item, and once we reach that limit, we're done for the year. Spoke with Nancy after our discussion last week at the senior center as far as the air units. They have 2 air cleaners or air handlers, the large gray items that were bought for COVID that we moved in for other concerns in the building and air quality. these things move a lot of air. She said they were extremely happy at this point with the temperature in the building, even though I spoke to her on a relatively warm day. She said with the AC that they have and the ability to move that much air over to the other parts of the building, that this would not be an issue. And she would continue to work with me until we got the other building up and running and then moved. So there were no issues with that at this time. I also checked as far as maintenance goes. You asked about the old flooring in the district court. Joyce was able, with the assistance of Lori from the district court, to find the items and manufacturers and run that down. That flooring has been discontinued, and we do not know where any of the surplus flooring to repair any of that got off to. As far as the park goes, and asphalt, Todd and Jake are down around that area right now and have equipment in that area. They've asked me to ask you for approximately somewhere between 20 to 30,000. They don't believe it'll go over that, believe it may be on the low end of that, to do the roadways in front of the cabins and to repair and fix the roadways in front of the marina. The reason they're asking for this, one, the equipment's in the area, and two, if we do not condition these and repair them, the cost when we get back to them will be much higher. I believe we can take, this is a relatively small amount from special roads to make sure that we don't end up paying more money in the future for something that we can repair at a reasonable cost at this time.
You need a motion on that?
I would.
We need to cap it at 30.
With the understanding, I believe it's going to be closer to 20. Yes, but if you cap it at 30, I'll bring you back the numbers.
I'll make a motion that we resurface the roads in front of the
Cabins and marina.
arena to the cost of less than $30,000.
I'll second it.
Is this something we can start putting into our budget, like a long-term thought on it? I mean,
What I'm doing now is this year, you're going to see budgets developed by noxious weeds, by planning and zoning, and by Sherry at the park. So instead of myself having all these budgets and not being able to bring you these items and detail them out and plan for all of them, we're going to get more input from the managers or department heads of those areas. But quite honestly, if I'm the one doing all of it, it's something I can't drill down on good enough.
Right.
So in the future, yes, and I understand your frustration, but I'm trying to work towards that goal.
there's a lot of money to come and say, hey, we're doing this year. You know, it's just,
And it's also an opportunistic fix to try to save what we had with the lagoons and things where we don't catch it before it gets very costly.
motion been moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We have a resolution on signs. I'm sorry, you've got the only copy in front of you, so I can't read it.
This is resolution number 2023-27. Recommended traffic signs. Install stop sign for eastbound traffic at southeast corner of intersection of 1175 Road and Scott Road. Install stop sign for the northbound traffic at the southeast corner of the intersection of 1525 Road and Flint Road. And they got us a map. We can take a look at it. Why did this come about? Is this something that,
This, I believe, was initially a citizen concern or complaint that we evaluated and then came up with a resolution to resolve the issue.
and typically on that, Amer goes out and does a little study on it and then comes back and we get a recommendation on how it works?
Correct. If it's something that is within the guidelines that he's capable of doing without a traffic study, which we would then take the next step and go to our engineers for. But on this type of thing, it would be something that he would make the recommendation on.
I make a motion that we pass resolution 2023-27 for traffic signs on the roads below, stated below.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Commissioners, that's all I have for you this morning, other than I would request 10 minutes for legal and I'm sorry, I would request 15 minutes for legal and 5 minutes for non-elected personnel. And I do not need that at any specific time. I can fit that in anywhere in the meeting.
Now, what about the dust control? When are we gonna put the calcium on, dude?
Okay. I don't have that one in front of me, but we spoke about it and I believe they've got us slated for the later part of this week. I'm sorry, or this month. I'll get the exact, when I come back up, I'll get the exact dates and read that out for you just to make sure that we're all clear and what dates that those are be done after the sheriff speaks.
Okay, thanks.
So I had some time scheduled already at 11 for Sean for executive sessions, so.
Looks like we got Sean, what'd you need, Sean? Or where did you-
15 minutes for legal, 5 minutes for non-elected
I've got
personnel.
him scheduled.
Oh, you
for
got that
11
scheduled,
for
okay.
Executive already.
Looks like we're up for Randy then.
So I sent out the budget request for emergency management and fire. I did not get a summary typed up for the emergency management. I did get one typed up kind of for the fire. You guys have any questions on it? I know this is just kind of preliminary, give you guys the numbers and stuff. The main stuff on the fire is the Linn City Fire Department moving out of the fire department up there. Right now with the agreement, the city's paying the utilities up there as basically rent for using part of the building. So once they vacate that building, we'll be responsible for paying all the utilities up there. Other than that, just, you can see the numbers on the worksheet. The stuff in the red is what went down. Kind of moved some of it around from different places that we hadn't spent as much over the last couple of years, kind of reevaluated it, moved some around to where we needed in the budget. But total, it ends up being a $2.8 decrease in budget for this year request.
Sorry, I'm really far behind my computer, just trying to do an update and.
No problem.
In your narrative on fire, Randy, you've got some larger ticket items
Yes,
coming out down the road
yeah,
that you're projecting out, for tender trucks, fire engines, things that way.
that's correct. And that's,
How much do we have set aside in those funds to start meeting those, or
I believe we're close on the special equipment, David, right now at like 600,000.
Give me just a second.
and you've got 50,000 budgeted to transfer in?
Yeah, and that's what we've done every year is we just budget in that 50,000.
Special fire's got 520,000.
Okay.
Okay.
That 50,000, we just try to leave that in there just to keep that.
Building that up,
Building,
get
yeah.
ready to go for those.
And a lot of those trucks and apparatus that's listed out in that summary, those are the ones that were bought used. These trucks that we've had for a number of years. Those were used trucks. Now they're starting to have the maintenance issues and stuff like that. So, just kind of a heads up on that.
What do you want to see? So this is fire budget. This is his narrative. You want to read through there, then this is emergency management.
A lot of the budget items, the changes is, I've been here a year now, so it's kind of, I've learned, hey, this is kind of what we're looking at over last, I can actually go back to 2018, 2019. I don't put that on this worksheet, but I can look, hey, it's been budgeted at 10,000, but over the last 4 years, we've spent 4,000. So let's cut that a little bit. But we may have another one that we're running close. Our insurance is one of the big things that keeps going up. So that's the increase there.
Yeah, we're expecting increases there again this year.
Right. We insure a lot of vehicles, a lot of buildings, so ours really takes that hit.
I like the narrative, it's pretty good. You want to go over any of that over camera?
If you guys have questions on it, like I said, with the rural fire budget, when we budget, we're trying to predict what we're going to do. And we know like the office supplies and the insurance and stuff like that. But as far as like volunteer pay, which is a big line, it's, hey, what calls are we going to run? How much fuel are we going to use? So some of our items like that, it's like, and even our utilities, because some of our stations, that water going in our trucks to go spraying grass when it's on fire is actually metered. So we're paying for that water. So a lot of ours is based on what ifs. So we just have to go based on an average of calls, anywhere from 300 to 800. So we based our budget on around 500 calls. So,
And I can tell you what I do a lot of times when that one comes in and I start putting all the budgets together in the form is I'll try to look at what you've done so far this year and revise an estimate for the rest of the year if needed to get it where it needs to go. So sometimes we have changed that a little just based on where we are in the year and how it looks, but still it's a guess.
and on the budget worksheet as of 5/6 of 22, I tried to put in what David sent me as what we'd spent year to date in those lines. So. I did increase on the second page on the capital outlay. I did increase the bunker gear because it has went up. Our bid was for 3 years, but they do have that right to increase it 5% over the next 2 years. It came in right at 29,000. We only budgeted 30, so it could go up. I don't see it going up too much. Like I said, they're allowed per our bid specs 5% for 3 years, but it did lock in that price.
So like your Rangers and stuff, that comes out of your special equipment?
If we replace the Rangers, right now, the Rangers that we're using, we received on a grant. They're not costing us anything. We can't get rid of them. If we go to get rid of them, they go back to Homeland Security and anybody can pick them up then. So until they're just completely junked out and don't run anymore, we're gonna run them.
That's your point.
Yeah. It's just kind of looking down the road if we had to replace one.
Yeah, you have over the next 10 years.
Yeah. And that's something that if we had to, there's a couple stations that, Linn being one of them, that we may want to go to like a 2 Ranger setup, go to a bigger trailer and put that second Ranger on because we can get them out in the fields and through the timber where we can't the trucks and saves on the truck, damage and stuff that way. So.
So you're not allowed to trade them in, then you just,
Yeah, if we say, hey, we don't want this Ranger, it goes back to Homeland Security and then Anderson County or somebody could pick it up and say, hey, it still runs. So we do the maintenance on them, keep them going, and they've been pretty good. So.
Your decrease was what, 28? Or
22,800. Like I say, if you look at the difference in each line, the red numbers are what we cut, the black numbers are what we kind of added. So some of it was just moving a little bit from where we're not spending a whole lot to places where we do spend more. But overall, it's a 22,800 decrease.
that's after allowing for the fire extinguisher.
Yeah. And the reason I put that in the 2024 budget is just from the companies I've talked to, even if it didn't look like if we got it ordered, we would get it until next year. So that's something we may be able to get this year still.
We deal with computers a lot, don't we? And dealt with computers since high school. So we need a motion to tentatively approve the fire budget.
Did you guys have any more questions or concerns on that?
I think. I appreciate you doing that literature. Explained a lot. What was the total number? Fire?
Fire is $630,250.
I make a motion that we tentatively approve the fire budget for $630,250, which is a $22,800 decrease from last year.
I'll second it.
Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And one thing on that budget, the fire board had looked that budget over and approved it also. They were good with it, so. The emergency management budget, not much change on it. One of the major changes was I put in 10,000 in the special equipment transfer. It increased the overall budget 2.3%. And that was mainly to, we're eventually gonna have to do something with our radios. And so that was to help with that project.
I thought we were planning on spending ARPA funds for that.
That's
that
going,
coming up in that-
that's going to kind of come down to you guys if you vote that way or not, but it's something I just wanted to future build into, to have that money sitting there. We were supposed to replace a SUV for emergency management last year, with people, administration changing over. We did not get that done. I'm hoping to get that done this year. Special equipment, that money's there to use, so. Did you have any concerns on emergency management, David?
Can you just kind of go over everything you got in there, what it covers and?
So the payroll, that covers half my salary and then half of our emergency planner salary. Emergency planner is a full-time position. There's a little bit put in there for some overtime for that position. Contractual, a lot of that covers the utilities at the office in Pleasanton. Also under contractual is software fees. Some of those are weather software to different other website that we use in the emergency management side. The commodities, that actually one we cut down on a little bit this year. We have everything from the fuel to repairs. Half my vehicle fuel and half my maintenance comes out of emergency management. Our office supplies, since that we do have full-time staff, we do print stuff for like the red files and different items. The capital outlay, the 7,500 is a grant that we can apply for every year. We did not apply for it last year. It's a 100% grant. We get that 7,500. We have 7,500 sitting there from previous year for a trailer for CERT. That trailer has not been purchased yet. Like I said, the 10,000 for the special equipment in case we need that for radios later on.
So the 7,500 covers the CERT program, is that what you said?
That 7,500 we can put in for it and use it for anything emergency preparedness wise. The last one they put in for, they got it, was for a CERT trailer. We actually have a line item for the CERT. We have line item for CERT personal equipment. They were spending 7,500 every year on it. I put it down to 2,000.
You said you replaced a vehicle this year's budget?
It was actually budgeted a couple years ago and the money had been transferred already. It should have been put out and purchased last year. Hopefully get it done this year. But that money's already there. Do you know what we have in special equipment in EM?
So is it a,
Yeah. There's almost 140,000.
that vehicle that you have now, was it purchased on a grant? Does it have to go?
20.
No, usually on the SUVs, we just rotate them down and put them at the fire stations.
Okay, so that it won't go out of rotation and stay in the fire?
Yeah, it just stays in the fire. And what that does is it allows the fire stations to have a SUV to run medical calls or to go out with help with traffic where we're not having a pump set out in the cold or anything like that.
So
One
if
of the
there's a
trucks.
lift assist, they would drive,
They drive the SUV, or if somebody was headed to a fire school somewhere, they're going to take that SUV and leave the trucks in. So
You said 120K.
About almost 140 in there for equipment reserve.
we have one fire station without a SUV now, and then one that's the station has it's kind of like the Rangers. It's a emergency management asset, but it's 230 some thousand, and
We got a
it's
station wagon you can use.
do what?
We got a station wagon that we need for rotation.
That's fine. I'm good.
I love that car. I'm just kidding.
So
And you said that the emergency management pays half your salary and then half of Linda, correct? Or all?
they pay all
All
Linda's
Linda's.
and then half mine.
So we need to figure out what we're doing with the radios on that.
That's a project we'll have to eventually tackle. I'm not sure. I haven't talked to Chris lately, see where he was on that project as far as moving forward.
Would that come out of special equipment if it
Good.
were? You guys got anything else?
I don't have anything.
I don't. Make a motion that we approve the emergency management budget in the amount of 153,000, or tentatively approve the emergency management budget in the amount of $153,529.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Hey, one other thing on that. We got anywhere with the agreements or mutual agreements, or whatever you guys wanted to call them for the township?
We're still working on those. Yeah.
Is there, I mean, do you have any difficulties? I mean, is it moving along or is it kind of stalled or?
Yeah, it's moving along. Just, it's, the fire board meets every other month. So it's, okay, we're going to do this, take it to them. We need to change this. And it's just, it's a process.
Okay.
So, get something worked up and then
As
bring
long
it
as
back
it's
to
on
you
your
guys.
radar, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Is it Kevin or you or?
Darren Wilson, Planning and Zoning Director. I've just got a couple of questions. Mr. Kaup has asked for the Planning and Zoning Commission to hold a special meeting on June the 27th at 6:30. and which is relating to the zoning and subdivision regulations. He also asked that on July the 5th, if you could have a special commission meeting or hold off your Monday meeting until Wednesday the 5th, because he'll be here. He would like to come that day to speak to you guys. He's out of town July the 7th through the 17th. So, which would put this being resolved late in the month.
So your regular meeting's on Monday, the 3rd, July 4th's on Tuesday. He's asking that you either have a second meeting on Wednesday, the 5th, or move your Monday meeting to Wednesday, the 5th.
I mean, with the Tuesday being a holiday, I guess it'd still would be no different because it'd be the day after. How do you guys feel about that? I'll be out of town on the 6th. I'm leaving on the 6th.
I'm out of town that whole week.
Oh, you are?
So, but like I said before, I can call in. It won't be anything pressing where I can't.
I don't know if Sean's got them all scheduled for sure, but I think he was planning on some more of the road foreman interviews on the 3rd
So we probably keep
afternoon
it.
that day. But I mean, nothing says you can't schedule a special meeting if you want to on the 5th.
Okay.
I've got actually a couple of people on my list besides the papers now, so I have to make sure and notify the people that have asked for notices of meetings, but we can do it. That's no problem.
The other option is not finishing up the planning and zoning thing until the 24th of July, because he's going to be gone through the 17th, right?
Correct.
They've been working hard on it. I don't really want to push them down the road.
Which is easier? Do you want to move the meeting or have a special meeting, David?
If we're having interviews, we need to have a special meeting. Right.
You already got interviews scheduled for the 3rd for the other.
That's correct.
Okay.
What time would the special meeting need to be?
I would let you set the time.
What works for everybody? You'll be gone, right?
Yep.
But you
I can call in. Yep.
What works for you two?
Regular time works for me. Is that
Yeah.
good for you, Jim?
9 a.m. on the 5th?
This is an additional meeting, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And then just a reminder for special meetings, once we send a notice out of a special meeting and what the subject is, that's all you can do at that meeting. You can't get off into other topics.
Yeah.
Just talking about.
That's different than moving your meeting. So this is not a regular meeting, it's a special meeting.
So what would the title of the special meeting be? Just
Zoning regs.
Zoning and subdivision regulations.
I'll make a motion that we call for a special meeting July 5th at 9 a.m. for the zoning and subdivision regulations meeting.
I'll second.
Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Also, July 1st, I've got to make recommendations to you guys to replace 2 people on the Planning and Zoning Commission. I'm going to hold off until later that month, if it's okay, due to waiting for these regulations to be adopted.
Okay.
The way that works is they stay in their position until either they resign or their replacement has been appointed, so.
I've got a few phone calls from a few locals over by the power plant asking me about people reaching out to them from out of state about they're signing contracts or something. I'm sure you're aware of that. What my response was, we haven't applied any regulations yet. It'll happen later is what I told them. But I mean, is that a good response or what do we?
Yeah, that's what I would say. We don't have regulations in place yet, and there's not been a conditional use permit applied for that property over there. So as of right now, I don't have any answers of who, when,
Is it
or
pretty
anything.
typical of them to rush in and start offering price for per acre for land?
I would probably see that because I would suspect the day that the zoning regulations are adopted, we'll get conditional use permit shortly after that. Anything else for me?
I don't have any.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. To start with today, I'll run through our numbers for this past week. Total inmate population's 56. We had 12 releases this past week, so that had 68 inmates in or out. Total farmed in is 33 by Wyandotte and U.S. Marshals. Total 911 calls was drastically down this past week at 89. That number's been running just under 200 for several weeks, so I don't know what the anomaly was there, but nevertheless, it's down quite a bit. Total jail contacts were 3,582. Total calls for service countywide were 555. Total civil service papers served were 10. We had 5 VIN inspections. We had 12 new cases open, 3 cases closed. Our agency worked 7 vehicle crashes. We had 172 bailiff contacts at the front door. 42 of those were made into a call for service, and we had 4 livestock out complaints where we went and put somebody's cattle back in or had an issue. This past week, we had a couple of we had a meeting with CHC, our healthcare provider, and we'll talk about them a little bit later in some of our budgeting platform. But we've been working on a partnership with CHC where they don't just only provide service to our inmates, but that would also be opened up where they could apply service to our staff. And that's kind of a neat project because realistically, the clinic within the jail is the 4th CHC clinic in Linn County, behind Lacey, Pleasanton, Mound City, and then the one in the jail. So what they've come up with is a process to be able to bill the Linn County insurance platform that we have through Blue Cross and Blue Shield, just like they would at any of the other 3 clinics. The way that that's provided is through a kiosk that already exists in our jail. And if a staff member, say, would be ill at work, had some sort of acute illness, they would be able to go into the kiosk there in the jail and see a provider that's outside of our, not in our clinic, but outside of our clinic, and they'd be able to, achieve some sort of diagnosis or something through that. So just a great project, a great partnership. Dr. Bean has come up with that through CHC down at Pittsburgh. That's going to be rolled out to all of the corrections inmate healthcare populace, which is Linn County, Bourbon County, Crawford County, and Cherokee County. And this is something over the last year or so that we kind of were asking for, as well as the other sheriffs, because when we have somebody get ill in that's working in our facility, or they think they may be ill, we don't want to take the opportunity to spread that to our inmates or our other staff members. So instead of them essentially leaving work for the day, we could be losing a 12-hour shift. We could get them right into a clinical situation and get health care where they might be able to tell them, hey, you don't have the flu, you just have an allergy issue or something. So we're kind of excited to see that happen. It's just a great employee benefit that benefits those acute illnesses that could take place in the workplace. We look at that as an occupational health benefit to our people to get them quick care. That service would only be offered essentially in the daylight hours when our medical aide is on staff, because our medical aide, who's there 40 hours a week, essentially would be the one that would be operating the kiosks so they could get access to the provider at an off-site location. So that's kind of exciting. We're happy to see that partnership with CHC grow. We're also happy to see that our staff members are utilizing their benefits in a positive and constructive manner, even while in the workplace. So that's kind of a neat project. And I think as far as the past week, that's all I have for you guys. If you have anything for me, I'd stand for questions on that. I want to bring up a project too. I met with Fire Chief Randy Hegwald this past week, and we've been talking. We currently have a drone program. I have 4 operators who are certified, commissioned, and licensed as pilots through their 107 Part B licensing, and that's all done through FAA. We operate 2 drones in our program currently. They were 2 drones that we had gifted to us by Coffee County, Kansas. When they upgraded their drone program, they essentially passed on their equipment that they had and kind of trained with. And that's what we've been doing with that for the last 6 or 8 months. Our people become very proficient on that, and we're looking at upgrading that program. That upgrade, when we talk about cost to the county, the sheriff's office would be paying kind of the lion's share of that. We currently just concluded with drug seizure money. I have $18,000 in drug seizure dollars that we want to put toward a program. I've reached out to Randy and talked to him about that program as well, and to see if he, through the fire department or through emergency management, would like to be involved in that. Because my pilots, they don't mind flying for others, of course, because it's probably about the coolest project when you get into law enforcement nowadays that there is, just because of the technology. So the cool factor is really high. But, you know, we flew this year at the county fair. Every county around us reported auto burglaries and things like that at their county fair. We were all in touch with one another, from Osage to Coffee, Miami, Anderson. Everybody had this problem. And I had our drone guys go out and fly our county fair, and they flew rodeo. They flew everything they had going over there. We had a drone in the air. And we watched over the parking lots really close. Quite frankly, our parking lot was as big as some others involved or bigger. And we had a great turnout this past year too. So, you know, we had a lot of public engagement while our guys were doing that, because they set up in the parking lot and did it. So people were getting out of their cars and seeing that operation going on. A lot of people questioned the why. Why are you doing this? Are you watching us? Are you looking at us? Is this some kind of governmental conspiracy? What is it, you know? So we just explained to them exactly what we were doing. We were trying to reduce auto burglaries at our county fair because every county around us reported having them. We did not. So I think that those projects like that are really good. We used the drone program we've used it on several arrest warrants that we've made. We've flown the home, see what's going on. You know, there's an airspace that's involved. The pilots know where they can go and where they can't go. So it's been really successful. We've had to call some big drones in for a few projects that we couldn't get to just because of where they were. But now we've kind of found a resolve to this. We're currently in negotiation with a couple of companies on pricing and stuff like that. We're probably looking at somewhere around $28,000 for that program. That would, again, the lion's share of that will be done with drug dealers' money who were coming through Linn County for seizures that we've made. But then again, I did reach out to Randy to see if they would like to be involved. We've talked about having a couple more pilots go through the education. That's done at Salina. It's week-long education. There's about 4 or 5 months of studying before they go to that education, though, to prep for it. They have to reach a lot of criteria before they can actually go test out and stuff. So that's a project that Randy will probably be talking to you about before long. We've kind of come to kind of a place where we all want to be. I want to involve fire emergency management in those projects because we do work so close together on a lot of those types of incidents. there's a lot of stuff where it would only be sheriff's office that were utilizing it if it was criminal investigation. When it comes to fires, and things like that, there's a lot of benefit. I mean, I know this past week, I think Randy requested 4 or 5 of my deputies' body cams when they were on structure fires. And we always cooperate and turn those things over because our guys wear them and have them running all the time. So it's a great benefit to go back and look at something after the incident, maybe 6 months after the incident, and see what was burning when in their world throughout the fire department. So kind of some interesting projects that are upcoming, and it kind of leads me into some budgetary issues or budgetary talks. So I'd just like to get going with that if you guys don't have any questions
Have
about.
you ever seen it where, because I went to one of their noxious weed meetings and they have a drone too that they can actually spray with. Would that ever coincide with you guys, or would that be, I mean, you guys probably couldn't work together, could you?
We probably wouldn't be spraying for anything, but we could sure look for things. You know, my guys train on the drones quite often. I have 2 pilots who are, I would kind of call them primary, and then I have 2 offset pilots that would assist them. Because anytime you have a drone flying, you really need to have 2 people there in which to do that, because you have to maintain views and things like that. And as well, you know, having 2 pilots there, it helps also maintain regulation. Because if one of them's sketchy on, can we fly this or can we not, or what amount of footage do we need to be at, the secondary pilot can be answering those questions or assuring that we're meeting all the regulations and stuff for that. We would never have to spray, of course, but that could be a project that, you know, if they were looking for some sort of a noxious weed or something, the drones we're looking at are a 200 times digital zoom camera. So, I mean, you can, you know, read a newspaper from 500 feet, essentially. So, I mean, I think those things could be beneficial countywide. I don't think it's just a sheriff's office program. My pilots are willing to fly for anybody because it's, you know, anybody governmentally, just because it's, you know, it's practice for them and they have to have so many hours. And we're fortunate because with the guys, you know, out on patrol, I know a month or so back, we contained an area. We went and they threw a pistol out in a field, made it inert, where if somebody did pick it up, it wasn't going to be a problem, but we did have the area contained. One of them lays out the pistol and the other guys go and fly for the pistol to find the pistol. Just a search mission, if you will. And those things have been ridiculously successful. So if we were searching it on foot, you know, you're talking about 80, 100-acre field. They're finding that within an hour. A foot search is going to take hours in labor. So been really successful. And what I would tell the people, it's not a conspiracy. We're not trying to find anything crazy. We're not trying, you know, we're looking at utilizing this stuff, you know, for Alzheimer's or walkaways, things like that, because we can cover so much ground so much faster. The drone that we're looking at, it flies at 9/10 of a mile high, so it's quite a ways up there. That's its extended period. You know, the one thing about a drone program is it's a little bit expensive. I was talking to Sheriff over in Coffee County, Tom Johnson, and one of their first missions with their new drone that they picked up was an 8-year-old child who had become lost. And, you know, when you talk about rescue versus recovery, that was a recovery mission. The child was in a pond and had been deceased. But the time on that, you know, was whole different. They had a several 100-acre platform that they were working with, and they launched their drone, and within 20, 30 minutes, they had recovered the body of the child. Now, I understand that you could put people in the field and you could have, you know, 20 deputies out there, firefighters, EMTs out there walking that field, but every minute counts. And, you know, as sad as it is that it was a recovery and not a rescue, at the end of the day, the family had answers in minutes instead of hours, and maybe it gets dark and it's tomorrow. So, I think things like that are beneficial for programs like this. And I know it's a lot of dollars, but who better to pay for that than the guy who was hauling dope down our highway? So that's where we choose to spend some of those drug type dollars. And I think it could also be very beneficial for training and things other than that for emergency management and fire. And we would ask them to pay a share for that too, but we would also fly for them. So I think it could be a pretty neat 2024 project. And again, paid for by local dopers or dopers who traveled through our community. So. Anything else on that, gentlemen?
Yes.
So I'm going to kind of jump into our budget proposal for 2024. This first portion of my proposal is kind of the who we are, because I know over the last few years, the commission has asked hey, please explain what you do for the community. Please explain the service you provide to the community. And, we get a lot of people who would say, well, gosh, I really don't get anything for my tax dollars. And people don't really realize sometimes the services that are in place. This past week, I sent you gentlemen our budget proposal. And I'm just going to talk to you about kind of a little bit of the who we are. And then in my second portion of this proposal, I'm going to kind of talk to you about the why we need it and what we spend it on. I would tell you the why we need it and what we spend it on changes daily. It's fluid. This morning, last night, I met with our sprinkler inspector. And funny enough, we met at a ball game. And we sit and visited about our sprinkler inspections and how those things, go down and what they are and the what we'd be paying for. That's a $2,000 item. Over the year, we have to have 4 sprinkler inspections. We do them quarterly, with one of those being what we would call the annual inspection. So when you look at my numbers, you're going to say, well, wait a minute, in your budget worksheet, it didn't quite add up to that. Why not? Well, that's some of the reasoning. Sometimes, we'll be working from June to December, getting some of those 2024 dollar amounts finalized. So I can tell you, his annual inspection was $585, and then our quarterlies were about $300. So, over the year's time frame. And what I did was I budgeted in, I think, $1,500 or $2,000, but I didn't put it in my narrative. And I didn't do that because we hadn't solidified it yet. And, but those are things that I'd be able to talk about if you have questions like that. But I'm going to get rolling with that. The Linn County Sheriff's Office operates the Linn County Jail staffed by detention officers who are supervised by the jail administrator. A patrol division with patrol deputies and part-time deputies supervised by sergeants. A division of school resource officers staffed by deputies who are supervised by the SRO sergeant. A detectives division staffed by detectives supervised by the detective sergeant. The Linn County Sheriff's Office operates a communications center staffed by communications officers, and they are supervised by the communications supervisor. The Office of the Linn County Sheriffs has 2 administrative clerks, one who is a supervisor in the unit. The Linn County Sheriff's Office oversees security in the courts, and that division is staffed with a bailiff, a sergeant, and bailiff. Linn County Sheriff's deputies patrol greater than 600 square miles to quell criminal activity and effect justice in Linn County. Deputies regularly check on citizens in need and maintain patrol routes to assure the lowest rate of burglary and theft. Deputies and dispatchers responded to 25,223 calls from May 1, 22 to May 1, 23. I know we're up into June, but when I was doing my budgeting report, I just wanted to get you a 12-month time frame as to what our call load was. With about a 10% report rate, that number is up nearly 5,200 calls from the previous budgeted year. In 2022, that number was up nearly 5,000 from the year before. They do this to offer services to the community. Deputies also served 1,139 civil service papers over the past year. All deputies maintain 12-hour shift schedules and are routinely called to court for testimony for cases they're involved in. The Linn County School Resource Division is responsible for school security at all 6 educational complexes in Linn County. The division provides about 12,500 hours of security in the school setting. They provide training and education to the children of Linn County with various activities and an array of classes. School resource deputies routinely attend ball games and special functions to provide a secure environment for our children. School resource deputies are responsible for reporting measures for any criminal activity in their school of their assignment, and school resource deputies work many child in need of care cases on a yearly basis. In the past year, school resource deputies have produced an average of 413 calls of service per month for a total of 4,962 calls for service. And that is separated, that number would be separated from the regular calls for service. Those are just the SRO calls that they have in their schools, not when they're out working otherwise. The deputies assigned to the division also work to have a positive influence on the children of Linn County, and this has proven on many occasions to be very beneficial in our strong bond with our young citizens. When the division is out of school for the summer, the members patrol Linn County and work on special projects about Linn County. The SRO deputy covers vacations for patrol deputies, and this alone saves Linn County a large sum of overtime that would be paid for by coverage to patrol deputies who would be covering shifts in the overtime capacity. The Linn County Sheriff's Communication Division is responsible for the dispatch services to the Linn County Sheriff's personnel, the Linn County Fire personnel, American Medical Response, or our EMS services, the Mound City Police, the Pleasanton Police, Lacine Police, Parker Police, Lynn Valley Police, Kansas Fish and Game, and Kansas Highway Patrol assigned to Linn County. The Communication Division responded to 6,703 emergency 911 calls from May 1, 22 to May 1 of 23. This number's remained steady for 21, 22, and 23 timeframes, and they answer thousands of non-emergent calls per year. The Communication Division is responsible for the incoming and outgoing dispatches for the 25,223 calls for the period of May 1, 22 to May 1, 23. The division is also responsible for the entry of warrants and assures processes for many standards, such as the National Crime Information Center, and the division supervisor of the unit is the terminal agency coordinator for all law enforcement and emergency service agencies in Linn County. The Linn County Detectives Division is responsible for the investigation of each case that warrants further investigation or follow-up. Linn County routinely handles approximately 1,066 cases this past year. Approximately 15%, or 159 of those cases, required substantial investigative measures. The division handles all child abuse cases and most felony cases in Linn County. They work closely with outside agencies and prosecutors in the region. The Linn County Sheriff Bailiff Division is responsible for all security at the Linn County Court. The division offers over 4,000 hours of security to the court staff and judiciaries. The division acts as a liaison to law enforcement from the court and handles all data that goes to the court from the sheriff's office and vice versa. Bailiffs routinely serve civil process papers and assist with a sundry of information to citizens in the court. In the past year, bailiffs have been assigned 1,002 calls for service to assist citizens of Linn County. When court is not in session, a bailiff will patrol just as any other deputy, and bailiffs are cross-trained and they can serve in many functions. For instance, today there's no court in session day. We have one of our bailiffs at the front door and one of our bailiffs on an inmate transport. So those things routinely happen. On many occasions, we are asked what our 5 to 10 year outlook may be, and I would suggest that in the future, we will see a need to increase staffing for deputy sheriffs. We currently have 8 personnel that are call takers or patrol deputies, and we are seeing calls for service rise at a fairly high rate, and we would have a need for another person per shift in the years to come. This statement was in the 2023 budget, the presentation that I did there, and I can assure you that it will be in the 2025. We'll need more personnel in the patrol division. I would suggest that based on call load, we will request at least 2 more personnel in 2025 for the patrol division. We now house inmates at the new Justice Center from other jurisdiction. And this project pays Linn County per diem per inmate. And many of the costs which are budgeted will be reimbursed for housing and transportation. This project has benefited Linn County in the past 10 months. The Linn County Sheriff has billed $470,524 for inmate housing and another $9,537 for transportation since the opening of the Justice Center in August of 2022. In the 2023 budget process, I informed the Linn County Board of County Commission that we would report back as to staff needs, and you will find in this report that we will be asking for more personnel to get our planned project at a higher level of income to best utilize the jail facility. We're proud of our operation, and we come to you with our 2024 budget proposal in hopes that you will finance our operation and continue the work that we do in Linn County. So a summary of our budget items for 2024. I'm just going to kind of run through this. I'm going to talk about personnel and where we are, where we've been, and what we spend our dollars on that you allot for our operation. In late 2022 and 23, the Linn County Sheriff's Office has undergone many changes. We've occupied the Justice Center and realized some of the costs associated with the transformation. You will find several costs that we were unaware of at the time of the 2023 budget. Those costs will be reflected in this budget proposal. You will also see the income coming from the jail division within this proposal. Payroll budgets for the sheriff's divisions will be considered at 26 pay periods for the year of 2024, with 12 holidays factored in. No cost of living or merit increases have been calculated into the figures, as the value is unknown, because we just don't know what the COLA would be, and we can always project kind of what those merit increases may be, but it's not a specific line yet. In 2023, the Linn County Commission budgeted $2,327,278.45 in payroll in all divisions, with overtime and part-time budgets secured. In 2024, we will be requesting to advance this amount to add 4 more detention officers, or jailers, as they were referred to. The amount requested for a total payroll in 2024 is $2,649,777.18. With the increase in staffing, we will recoup the advance in budget by adding more inmates housed at the Linn County Jail. With the increase, we will be able to hold approximately 30 plus more inmates to realize an uptick in housing billing. We should be able to secure approximately $800,000, and I believe that amount is low, in income with the average per diem per year. This would cause an increase of more than $400,000 to the Linn County General Fund, not considering the 4 benefit packages attached to those 4 new personnel. I just don't know that number, so I wasn't going to throw it out there. We'll continue with the current staffing positions, 9 deputy sheriffs in the patrol division. We currently have 8. We hope to make our last hire in there, and that will secure us a position to bring up a lieutenant in our command chain. 6 deputy sheriffs in the SRO division, 3 deputy sheriffs in the Detectives Bureau, 2 deputy sheriffs in the Bailiff Division, 16 personnel in the Jail Division. Of course, we're asking for the other 4, so that would move to 20 if approved. 8 dispatchers in the Communications Division, 2 administrative clerks in the Administration Division, 8 part-time personnel. They work in various divisions, from the kitchen to the jail to deputies, all positions. We have some part-time backup in those spots, 1 undersheriff and 1 sheriff. A project for 2024 will be to provide a shift differential to the staff of the sheriff's office working the night shift. This project would add $71,000 to the budget for the 16 staff members who would be on the night shift working the jail, communications, and patrol. We have drastically reduced the out-of-county housing budget at the Linn County Jail. In 2023, we handed back $30,000 from this budget to assist Linn County in remaining revenue neutral. This year, we will decrease the line item again to $10,000 from $25,000. Just 2 years ago, what we have to remember is this was a $330,000 line item. So with the building of the Justice Center, just that line item only has decreased $320,000, so that's rather exciting. As we consider risk and liability for professional vehicle and equipment insurance needs, it's my belief that we'll be seeing an amount for costs around $56,000 for 2024. Law enforcement liability for 23 was $33,032. Equipment for 2023 was $765, and automobile risk for 2023 was $16,707. Based on collaboration with K-Camp officials, we should see around a 10% increase for 2024 from the 2023 numbers. I believe that much of this rate hike is due to liability and equipment, some of which is associated with the Justice Center, and some of them are also just standard increases in the current environment of risk and liability. Utilities have proven to be up as expected in the 44,000 square foot Justice Center from our former 8,000 square foot facility. In 2023, we budgeted $122,850 for the Justice Center energy, natural gas, and water. We're currently realizing a combined average expense of about $12,500 per month, and this will total a yearly budget of $150,000. One thing I would add to that too, just for clarity, we pay energy at other sites also, such as our K7 tower. That's also part of our energy billing. So I guess I would say it's not 100% Justice Center. There are other places that we pay energy on. Contractual expenses have risen a bit as we expected in 2023. Contractual expenses were funded at just over $77,000 in 2023. We've seen increases in energy, water, natural gas with 44,000 square foot facility. With these increases of utilities comes an increase in maintenance on facility appliances such as boilers, HVAC equipment, and components within the Justice Center. The cost for maintenance for the equipment is nearly $20,000 per year to maintain good working conditions to meet compliance for annual inspections. These contractual needs Other contractual needs are for food service equipment, such as the range hood, range, dishwashing equipment, freezer, and cooler applications. These contractual items are realized at the cost of around $10,000 per year for the kitchen. Other contractual needs are in the communications division, the NICE recording system, and I don't mean like nice, like we love it. I mean, the name of it is NICE, so you guys understand that's the model. The NICE recording system for Linn County has a $7,000 per year contractual rate for service and maintenance. The platform for ProSuite Records Management System is $6,000 per year. The Justice Center metal detectors at the front door of the center, they have a $5,500 maintenance contract for repair and inspection. And the average generator cost per year for maintenance is $5,000 per year. Now, we were able to fund that project for 4 more years with a recent contract, and we will not need this amount in the budget for 4 more years. So, because we took the long-term contract with other offices and departments in 2023, we discussed that in earlier meetings. In the patrol division, we have several contracts that we fund maintenance and service. Axon is our body camera system, and we pay for storage and lease of the Axon equipment. Annually, we see contract rates of around $10,000 per year per service and storage of data. That fluctuates a little bit. I think this past year we were around 9,200, just so you know, but it depends on how much body camera footage there is that we're storing. And radar services for patrol are contracted at the rate of $4,000 per year to recertify and calibrate those instruments. In the jail, we have contracts with local repair services for items involved in electrical and HVAC as well. These maintenance contracts reach to the cost of $7,500 per year for service-related items. The jail has a service contract on the fingerprint instrument. That cost is $5,200 per year, and the Guardian System contract for lease and service of the equipment is $9,500 per year. The administrative division has contractual items such as mail services. Those items run us about $2,000 per year for postage equipment. Copy services are rated at $6,000 per year with 2 copiers on the contract. One of the costs of the Justice Center, we'll see an increase in contractual service rises approximately $16,000 as a whole. However, we have realized a reduction in the inmate room and board and other line items in contract services, so it will offset the contract services for a net reduction of about $2,500. So that was kind of like Randy had explained earlier, there was a little bit of give and take there. So we went up about 16,000, but some of our costs reduced. So we got about a reduction of $2,500 there in those contract services. Inmate medical expense, nursing services have reduced per hour as we've contracted with Community Health Center of Southeast Kansas. We've increased our number of hours for inmate medical and treatment. In 2023, we reduced the amount of the budget to $187,117 by switching service providers. Now, understand that's not what CHC is getting. That's for our total healthcare budget. That could be emergency calls, that could be ambulance trips, it could be all kinds of other things. But we were able to reduce that a little bit with the reduction in cost from CHC. I may not have worded that as well as I could have. We believe this line item should remain the same, and it will hopefully cover the cost of nursing service, pharmaceutical expenses, and emergency medical treatment, covering the inmate's needs. This line item amount is based on past expenses, considering per inmate cost and or expectation of services provided. And again, that's kind of a gamble because we don't know what our next inmate possesses that we will have to treat. So could it be a heart attack? Could it be a stroke? Those items like that are very expensive. What I would say is with our CHC contract coming up in 2024, their associated cost toward our medical expenses is going to be somewhere around $70,000. That's for a full-time and a part-time person working in our clinic. And the part-time person is very part-time. The full-time person, of course, is a medical assistant. So the rest of that would be slated for the $117,000 approximately for those emergency services. It could be a hospital bill. This past year, we had a $33,000 surgery that we had to pay for. That's where that money comes from. Commodities are items used daily for the operation of all services in each division. We currently operate on a $120,000 commodity budget. This line item pays for items such as uniforms, equipment for patrol, bailiffs, detention, administration, detectives, and dispatchers. The commodities line item will stay the same as previously budgeted at $120,000. We think based on our commodities budget this year, even if we do, if we are granted the 4 more positions in the jail, that we'll be safe within that budget. Fuel, the cost of fueling, of course, is ever rising. We purchase approximately 2,500 gallons of gasoline per month, or 30,000 gallons per year. And I would say that could be a little bit low in some years, but that's kind of an average where we're at over the past several historic years. We also purchase diesel for generation at the facility, and this budget is currently $149,700 and will remain the same. The training budget will see a small increase to consider the number of personnel who are employed. The current budget is $46,000, will increase to $50,000 to maintain training of personnel in the operation. And I would say that if we are not granted the other 4 personnel in the jail, that would be one budget that we could probably reduce back to its original at the $46,000, which we've been running at for the last few years. Vehicle repairs will remain the same. We've added new vehicles to the fleet and have seen some cost decrease, which may override the inflation of the repair program. We did not take an increase in 2022 or 2023, and we will maintain the same budget for 2024 as the expended has again decreased due to a newer fleet and better equipment on the road. Inmate meals and kitchen supply will remain at $153,089 to accommodate a load of 85% and 96 inmates. This cost estimate is considering a per inmate per day rate at just under $6. And we're seeing food costs rise, but with the new Justice Center, we believe that we can procure food items in bulk and stay consistent with our daily costs due to the bulk purchases and new processes that we have there in the kitchen. Janitorial and maintenance costs have certainly risen with the new facility. Currently, we operate on a $10,000 budget for the task, and we'll be asking to raise that to $15,000. That budget line item provides consumable materials for the entire facility. And I would believe that with the dollars removed from other budgets who were budgeted money to maintain, say, the court or the prosecutor, that there'd still probably be a reduction once, we were talking about janitorial maintenance with all being in one building. It might just be a little bit more reasonable that way. Inmate transportation has risen at the Linn County Sheriff's Office. However, we are reimbursed many of our transportation expenses as we receive payment for these services. In 2023, we budgeted $25,000 for the process, realizing that we've been reimbursed more than $9,500 by the federal government. We'll continue with the same budget for transportation, as we'll only be seeing an uptick in the amount of transportation as the inmate population grows. What I would say to that, kind of a sidebar, I guess, is that we transport for us and them, right? So Linn County transportation is exactly where it's been for years. Used to, they utilized a transportation service, and we were being billed for transports. Say you have to go to Denver, that'd be a $5,000 or $6,000 transport. One thing we've done is we've started putting our own personnel toward those projects. We can go and pick that inmate up, and we can come back cheaper than that $5,000 or $6,000 inmate transport. So we've done that. We've been in Cortez, Colorado, within the last few months, and we've had our staff all over picking up inmates. So with that, and with the federal government reimbursing us for their inmate transports, and they do that at a rate of $50 per hour and mileage, and they pay from the time we remove the inmate from the cell until the time that we replace the inmate in the cell. So most of their transportation efforts range in a 6 to 8 hour day for our staff. So that's been a good project for us. Now, we would say, gosh, it seems like it ought to pay a little bit more than that. But what I would tell you is that in our federal contract, when we were negotiating the dollars for transportation, I asked for twice as much as they wanted to pay. They couldn't do that. And the reason they couldn't do it is they only have so much money that they can extend toward transportation. So what we did was we were stuck at a per diem rate of $78 per day per inmate. Well, what we know is our per diem rate is $88 per day per inmate. So the folks in DC would suggest to me that if I needed more money in transportation, I would put it in per diem. So that's what we did. Probably in the end, we would have gained about $7.50 per day per inmate for the transportation also. So it's healthy to have that transportation mechanism in because it raises our per diem. We don't transport their inmates every day, but we do hold them every day. So we can make the money in one place or the other. So that's kind of where we're at. Inmate supplies have risen steadily. $25,000 was budgeted for 2022 and 23. And we will not increase that budget for 2024. And this is due to the existence of the commissary fund. The commissary fund provides all apparel for the inmate items and the inmates, as well as many consumables and all indigent inmate needs. So the commissary is an account, essentially the sheriff's office, we run a convenience store. And that convenience store is accessible to the inmate through the telephone, through the kiosk, or the tablet, where they can go in and purchase items and they can have them sent into the jail. The reason we do that is with the commissary account that way, all of those items are pre-approved jail items. We've gone in and said, these are the items we want to sell in our store, and this is how we want it packaged. And maybe there could be limitations on certain items that they can purchase. Well, what I would tell you is that currently today, with around 55 inmates holding pretty steady in our jail system, our commissary money is doing really well. So we're able to actually pay for that $25,000 budget was set with 20 inmates over at the 107 facility. And moving into this facility, even with a whole bunch more inmates, they're paying for more of those items. So it's really good when the very folks who are sitting in the cell are actually able to pay for some of those items, and it's not such a burden on the taxpayer. In all, commodities should rise to the level of about $591,800 from $582,798 And those would only be due to training and janitorial expenses. Everything else is kind of taken care of itself. Capital outlay has been at the level of $146,000 for 2021, 2022, and 2023, and will remain the same for 2024. This line item is used for the upgrade of consumable equipment at the sheriff's office, primarily vehicles. So considering all, the total 2024 budget, if approved as presented, would increase 8.9%. Considering jail income deposited to the Linn County General Fund, it is believed that in 2023, we're going to see around $875,000 deposited. That's this year. I would say that that number is probably on the low end. If we looked at last month we brought in $76,000. That's what we billed for, and it's coming in. So if we looked at that, that's a little bit over 900, maybe 930 some $1,000 that would come in 23 if we had every month like May was. But I would say if we're allowed the expansion of personnel in the jail division, that I believe that we're going to see around $1.3 million, and that's for the 24 year. This number, of course, will be dependent on staffing and inmate housing numbers remaining steady. So that's kind of where my narrative takes us. And then we'll go over to our proposed budget worksheets. And you'll see in those worksheets, I hope that all the numbers are very close, if not exact, to where my narrative has taken you. I think you're going to see the increases. I've already built the increase in corrections payroll. It was at $665,000 plus some change in 2023. And if we're allotted the 4 more, of course, we'd be asking for $815,717. So that's one substantial increase that you would look at. And another one is the shift differential. The shift differential for 16 employees, that's going to roll out at about $71,000 per year. And I think when we look at that large sum of a number and say, wow, that's quite an increase. But I think based on what many people have told me, even people sitting at your desk, that it's kind of needed, because what we're seeing is a lot of my people who are revolving, through our retention process, a lot of those folks are nighttime people. I have people who have come to me and told me I can't do this anymore, but that shift differential, what it would make the difference of is $1 per hour. That would be their differential for working that 12-hour night shift, 6P to 6A. I think that might be enough to keep people in those positions. I don't want to necessarily see that $1 per hour go on their payroll, because they might not be that night shift person forever. So that shift differential will be another line item on the paycheck, and I haven't even consulted with David yet to see exactly how that could work. But I think it's an important project that we put into play. I think the other important project, of course, is the 4 more people that come into play. So those are my most substantials, and I'd stand in front of you today, and if you have questions, comments, or just want to tell me I'm crazy, I'll allow that to happen.
Sure, friend, on the meal budget part, what was the number you put out? Was it $6 per day or $6 per meal?
It's $6 per day per inmate is where we strive to be. Now, what I will say too is that's also kitchen supply. So when you add that figure up, it's not going to come up. If you just took it today, I mean, we've been an average for the year probably of 50 or 52 inmates. If you took that today and said that doesn't add up, you also have to keep in mind that's supply in the kitchen. So it could be cups, forks, spoons. Most of that stuff's pretty stable. It could be a new mixer. It could be a new microwave. It could be all different types of things. And what I break apart is the food. So when we're looking at food purchases, we're trying to hone that number at $6 per day or less. And we've been very effective in that with the new things that were gifted to us through the Justice Center with walk-in freezers and things like that. We don't order a couple 100 pounds of meat anymore. We order 1,000 pounds of meat. And that's been able to save us on several things, cost per pound and shipping. Shipping's been a big deal with fuel, additions of fuel costs and stuff like that. So, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I think you will also notice that there'll be send back money from that, because right now we're at 55. I've always planned for 85. And if you'll recall, in our last year's budget, one thing we did was, I mentioned it in here, we turned back $30,000 of inmate housing. But at the end of the year, our healthcare services last year were phenomenal. We had a lot of savings in healthcare. And I attribute a lot of that to our partnership with CHC, because if we're offering better daily healthcare, we're not seeing the big stuff, the $60,000 heart attack and stuff like that, because we're getting ahead of it. So last year we had about a $580,000 return to the county. And those were dollars from healthcare. They were dollars from food, because inmate food, we didn't have 85 inmates per day, but I budgeted that because that's what we have an expectation of getting to.
You talk about like software program contracts, stuff like that, do our municipalities utilize those program? Like, if they call into our dispatch, does that information go into that program? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yes. So, yeah, I understand what you're saying. When anybody calls into our dispatch center, they utilize the records management system. That system was put into play in 2018. And that system, probably realistic costs since then to now, you're probably looking at $600,000 to $700,000 in that records management system. That system is utilized for everybody who dispatches under ours, except the state people. So Fish and Game and Highway Patrol have no use of that system. They have their own through their agencies.
So like the jail, we charge municipalities per night. Is that something we should start considering? Do you believe? Your opinion?
We already are.
For the Zerker?
Oh, no, we're charging them your housing rate. There was a resolution recently passed, and
Right.
it came into effect on.
Does that cost cover, will that help cover some costs on this Zerker program? Or is that something that we should try to?
I think any income that we have coming into the facility helps cover costs for everything. I would suggest to you that what they used to call Zerker, now it's called Pro Suite. Those costs, right now we're paying $6,000, $7,000 per year for maintenance on that. That is for platform maintenances that we have with several of our things in the facility. We will see probably in the next 2 years, I'll probably have to put that in the 25 budget. It's our belief in speaking with IT that we'll probably be seeing a maintenance agreement with them, because when we purchased the program, the first so many years of maintenance was within the purchase. It was part of that price. And we will get to a point, I think it was 6 or something years. I'd have to look at the contract. I reviewed it last year, and I think it's going to be due in 25. We're probably going to be see a $16,000 to $20,000 maintenance fee for the Pro Suite program.
Where I'm at on that, I would kind of like to see us work towards some kind of contract or agreement with the municipalities for dispatch and things such as that. Which I don't think is out of the ordinary here. A month, 2 months ago, whatever, I brought in some contracts from counties that were, comparable size to us, and I don't think that's out of the ordinary to ask. So that's something I would like to look into. I don't know how you guys feel about that, or if Kevin has any input on that.
Yeah, I think any time that, you're providing a service for people outside of the agency or outside of our governmental compound here of Linn County, I think that there would be an expectation to pay for a service. I know when the commission recently put a levy on inmate housing, there was no resistance. I haven't heard one thing from any city. I think there was an expectation, because if you look at communities around us, that's how it occurs. And I don't know, I think that as long as your fees are very reasonable, which I feel that jail inmate housing fee was very reasonable considering today's standards. I think that as long as it's reasonable, I don't think that there can be a lot of push. I just think you have to maintain that very reasonable thought process. Because quite frankly, the sheriff's office, we use a pretty big share of our dispatch services. When we break those out and we consider every agency in Linn County, we studied this probably a year and a half or 2 years ago, and our study would tell us that amongst other divisions, not Linn County, that they, at that point in time, were utilizing half or more, maybe up to 70% in certain months, but sometimes a little bit lower. So I would say 60% might be a good number of the things that they utilize communication for versus what we utilize. So it might be a 60-40 split between my deputies who are in the field or my staff who would transportation and things like that, who utilize communications. I think also you have to consider that if a city, a municipality gets a warrant, they would generally bring that to our staff to enter that warrant because our communication staff maintains that kind of documentation for them. So, I think you just have to maintain that level of reasonableness for them. So, because we sure don't want to start a fight with our municipalities, but should everybody be kind of covering their portion, So, yeah, I understand where you're at, and I totally see where you're coming from. And it's a lot of dollars in budget.
Where does the 911 tax come into play there?
Sure. So 911 taxation is paid in by individuals who possess a cell phone or a phone at their home. Everybody's paying a tax. We see about $6,500 a month come in on that tax line. And those dollars will pay for our 911 equipment. So if you walk into communications, you're going to see radios and records management, and then to the left, you'll see the 911 equipment. The 911 equipment, we just got it all rehabbed. It was a refresh time. So there's probably $110,000 worth of 911 servers, computers, monitors, that type of operation going on in there. So the tax fund will pay for repairs. It pays for our maintenance contract with the Mid-American Regional Council. That's not even part of my budget because we pay for that out of that 911 tax fund. With a $6,500 a month income, and it could be a little bit more than that, a little less. The treasurer would be able to answer that with specific numbers, of course. But that's what pays for the equipment that operates that. So our current maintenance program with Mark, the Mid-America Regional Council that we just went through, I want to say that it runs $4,000 to $4,500 per month, depending on what's going on with our system. I think that $4,500 a month is the high side, and I think about the $4,000 is the regular or low side of that. So then there's maybe $2,500 a month more income. So that could be utilized to purchase things like headsets, things like that. Mark will also provide those, but of course you get that added on. So we bought a couple of headsets. We had some issues with compatibility here recently, so we hit our 911 fund to buy a few of those. It can also pay for things that affect 911. And one project that I'm looking at right now is our cooling system. And we're looking at how we could do a project with our cooling system to better cool that equipment that's within our server room. So it can pay for an array of things, but when people would come to you and say, well, our 911 tax pays for that, really what your 911 tax pays for is the maintenance and the equipment in the project. And part of that equipment in the project now, with being part of Mark, is I believe it's a 4-year or 6-year refresh of all equipment. So that equipment's got to be top of the line, the best of the best, right? You're calling 911, so you want to make sure the people on the other end of the phone answer. And that's what you're really paying for is the equipment and maintenance.
Which is two separate things from dispatch and 911 are two separate things, right?
Two separate things done by the same personnel.
Because I think there's a misconception, because when I was talking to the municipality, that's kind of what they said, we pay 911. And
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would believe that, but I think the bigger problem with that is a lot of people don't educate themselves as to where the dollars truly go. So, if you're looking at, let's just say you're looking at a 4-year project to refresh every piece of the 911 system. I think in the presentation that Chris offered you guys with the MARC system, I think the refresh was $110,000. So then if you kind of put those dollars together, you're at a big portion of that. So the way we chose to do it was to pay an organization, a very large, robust organization, to take care of that, of that entire project for us. And I'm not saying that our people still don't have their fingers in it, because we're tweaking it and making it better every day. But one thing is that, we're paying out that 4,000 and some dollars per month out of that 911 tax. Those dollars are not paying benefits. Those dollars are not paying salaries, and those dollars are not paying for anything radio. It's all 911 telephone.
So that's, I mean, just the, trying to figure out what we need to do or how we need to do it with dispatch would be something that I would like to really focus on for next year, or, this following budget after this, so.
I think one thing, I know the documents that you presented a few months back, I think one thing that you will see is those are commissioner documents. Those are plans that agreements that you guys would be entering into. And I would say this, it's kind of against some of the statutes out there for a sheriff to go out and raise money. I have to have that authority and that ability through the commission in which to do that through resolution. And I'll be honest with you, when it comes to raising money from the municipalities, I don't mind signing off and saying we'll do the work. But I think that the commission in your position should be the one who are out there championing those types of contracts and stuff.
I
Because
agree.
with me, it causes a rift between sheriff's office and police departments who we would be working with daily.
Yeah,
And I'm sorry for that, but
No,
that's
no,
my
no, I
opinion.
agree with you, but I think it'll take us and you working very closely to figure out the best route to take.
Well, currently, I believe this, the level of service that we provide is very high, because not only do we provide them the actual dispatch, the physical dispatch and the taking in and the running of their tags or their driver's licenses or assigning their case numbers to them through our system, we're also providing them the system to do it with. So it's more than just the talking on the radio, it's the entire system. And if we look at the platform or the background in that, you're looking at something that would cost them. There's free systems out there that are junk, but you can use them. And I won't mention any of their names, but we know a few people who have them and they hate them. Our system, we always want to make comparisons to ourselves of people around. I can tell you that the Kansas University Police Department came to us and said, we want to see how your system works because we like it. Miami County, they just sat at our table. We walked them through our whole system. They just purchased it. There's great advantages to the system that we have in that we run our jail with it, our communications with it, our patrol with it. Every division utilizes this system to include local municipalities.
So that's just something that I would like to personally work on, and it's gonna take a lot of time to figure out the best route, I think, so, I don't know how you guys feel about it. We can discuss that more, but I think that'll help out, I believe it would help out a lot.
Commissioners, do you have any more questions over this budget issue?
I don't have any questions, Kevin.
I don't have any.
I don't either.
Very well, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it much.
Good.
I'd make a motion that we tentatively approve the sheriff's total budget at $3,883,394.18.
I'll second that motion.
Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Kevin.
I don't have any more budgets ready for you today. I had the one
The
last
ones.
week I gave you. We do have, Sean's needing total of 20 minutes for executive session. And we are now 50 minutes away from when the first interview is scheduled. So
I got a couple quick things to hit with you too, if you want to do that before we do our executive session. I just want to remind you that juvenile detention contract, if you, there has been some discussion about possibly terminating it. If you're going to terminate January of 2024, we have to send them notice by July 1st of 2023, which is a week away. 10
I
days.
spoke with Wyandotte County, their sheriff's assistant, just kind of how they did their program and if they would ever, kind of explain how we do it. And they don't have any beds available right now or to try to contract with somebody like that. But I was also going to, since I sit on that board, I was going to reach out to the CEO of that and try to negotiate something with them. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Like, instead of paying I know they have costs and all that stuff and they're probably dependent on our budget number, but I mean, how do you guys feel about it?
Is there another place besides Wyandotte County?
Johnson County, I reached out to a contact there too, but I ain't heard back from him.
Commissioners, I have not reached out to anybody except Wyandotte. And I did them because we're in business with them doing, inmate housing. And the only reason they don't have bed space today is because of staffing. We're all in that boat. And they believe, the warden told me, the warden of the juvenile detention facility told me that possibly at the first of the year, but that's a possibly.
Does Ottawa have one also? Or?
I don't know if they're open still. Mr.
Johnson County has one, correct? They have something separate across from the jail, correct?
They do.
So, and I'd reach out to the contact there, but I haven't heard back from anybody, so.
Yeah, I think there is future opportunity. And I think maybe that's a project that we really work hard on through the end of 23 and 24 to try to, get us somewhere where we're not paying that exorbitant amount.
So your recommendation is think in terms of working on this and give notice next July for the following January, perhaps.
Mr. Thompson, I think that would have to be our recommendation because there's 1 week left or 2 weeks left before we'd have to give notice.
Do you think it'd be reasonable to try to negotiate?
I don't think you'll negotiate anything in a week or 10 days. I just don't, I agree with the sheriff. I don't believe that you've got time to, because even if they wanted to negotiate with you, they have to get their board together and make decisions, and it's just not feasible. So I'd say either you decide to give notice and take a gamble that you can find a place, or you decide to wait till next year, and in the meantime, then negotiate for the following year. They may negotiate. Right now, they're not in a position to have to, if you follow what I'm saying. I
We
mean,
got 2 weeks.
we got a contract. I mean, unless we,
Right.
so,
I mean, if it's all right, you guys, I'll reach out to him and just kind of tell him what our concerns are and where we're at and try to fill them out.
Yeah.
And
the other thing that I had was just to remind you not to lose track of that policy letter on assistance to governmental entities. I don't think we ever approved that yet. did
We haven't.
And I'm not saying we got to today. I just don't want to forget that it's out there. I think that was all I had. Oh, and Jim had sent me a resolution on EPA, and I have customized it to Linn County. I don't know if you guys have seen that or not.
On regulations on,
Yeah, on
Meat
meat
packing.
packing. I'm gonna give you a copy of this. I'm not necessarily pushing it or against it, either one, but it's something that one commissioner had seen and thought was, so I went ahead and customized it for Linn County. David, you want a copy of it? Yeah. But it's something to talk about in the future too, but it's, you have to look at it anyway. That was all I had.
I didn't have any additions or corrections to the policy on the public works for other municipalities.
Anybody else have you had a chance to look at it?
I read it.
You want to go ahead and get a motion on that?
I do have a number right there.
2023 dash blank.
I think this is the first one of the year, isn't it? I believe it's 2023-01, I believe. I don't think we've done any other policy this year.
Let me do a quick search here if you've got just a second.
While David's looking that up, the earlier question of dust control, June 27 and 29 are the dates that we have been given for the dust control for our county. We anticipate that being accurate, but we'll update you should there be some equipment failure or something that changes that, unbeknownst to us at this time. But June 27 and 29 is our application dates.
Okay, thanks, Sean.
Just a quick search, I didn't find anything where we'd approved the policy letter.
Okay, I think it's the first one of the year, so.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we approve policy letter 2023-01, a policy governing the provision of public works assistance to governmental entities within Linn County.
I'll second. Motion moved, second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Thank you, Gary.
Did we sign one?
I've got one from when you gave him a copy a week or so ago. If you want to sign this one.
Okay.
It'll be 01 at the top there. And it's ready. Oh, wait, is that the right? I'm sorry.
This one right here. I got it.
One. Yeah, I've got the other one too, but this is the one on the resolution. Which I now wrote on that. Didn't get no good when we
I'll
get
send you another one.
Okay.
And Sean needed 20 minutes executive session, right?
Yeah, what I had down was 15 legal and 5 personnel.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Motion moved, second. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, who made the motion on that one? Okay, and you seconded. That's all I know of that's left.
You let me know if you take any action.
They've got more people to interview another week, so they're fine. But yeah, I can let you know, but I don't expect
Our next thing on the agenda is some interviews for our road department foreman position. I'm gonna start at 1 o'clock. I'd make a motion that we adjourn, or that we recess until 1 PM. Then when we come back, we'll go right into the interviews with foreman.
I'll second it.
Motion moved second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sean, need these back.
Sorry. We're doing it out here. Doing it out here.
No, we'll do it in there, just, we gotta open the meeting back up and then go.
Yeah, we'll have to have a motion to go into executive for the interviews. So what he has scheduled is a half an hour each for 3 people.
I think we're probably just gonna go in there. Well, you said 30 minutes per.
Yeah, that's the way he's scheduled it, it's every 30 minutes.
Have 3 interviews.
Yeah. So you basically got an hour and a half allotted for their schedule.
So I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for road foreman interviews for the next hour and a half for 3 different guys.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, so I will be out here if you guys need me for any questions or anything.
stuff up.
What do we got?
Okay. The only other thing I was going to ask you about today, I went ahead and got a notice ready for that special meeting, but I didn't know if you wanted it out yet or not. What I've got in there now was special meeting to discuss the proposed zoning and subdivision regulations and to take any necessary action on this issue.
That'll be Wednesday after the 4th.
Yeah, it'd be on the 5th. So if that's all you want in it, I can send it out that way, or if you want to wait till next week and see if there's something else that comes up that you want to include in that special meeting, we can hold off a week to send it out.
I don't see anything. He's gonna be gone, so. Who's good with it?
Yeah, if you're okay with that, I'll just go ahead and get it sent out and we'll have that taken care of then, because I've got a list of people I have to notify, and then I'll put it out on our Facebook page and probably have the IT put it on the website, so we'll have it out there for everybody to see.
Okay.
Next week we have Harry's retirement reception. That's at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we got that scheduled for 1 next week.
We have a pretty full schedule till then.
It's not all filled up yet, but I'm sure it will be. So far, I've got the appraiser, district court, and conservation district budgets scheduled.
Okay.
But there'll be more getting a hold of me this week to get them in.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Anything else?
All I've got.
Got anything?
Only that I'll add today, yes, I'm gonna try to get you a few of the budgets that I got, so I'll be at your schedule next week.
All right.
So I would imagine it'll be pretty full again.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second it.
Motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.